Welcome to the FCC. Thank you so much for coming to our Spectrum Summit. I'm Ruth Milkman, Chief of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau.
And I am Julie Knapp, Chief of the Office of Engineering and Technology.
Together, Julie and I chair the Commission's Spectrum Task Force. Today's summit will focus discussions on the opportunities and risks associated with skyrocketing demand for spectrum and potential policy solutions to help ensure that the demand is met. We're extremely lucky today to have an impressive list of panelists and speakers, and today's event will feature leaders from industry, government, academia, and the investment community. Today, we will also be releasing a report that provides an in-depth analysis of demand projections and of the benefits that can be realized if we have the additional spectrum that the projections call for. The data in this report provides support for the repeated calls by the President, by the Chairman, in the broadband plan, and by many others to unleash more spectrum. Clearly, from the number of people in the room and the lines at security, these issues are of great interest and importance.
Thank you, Ruth. Chairman Janikowski will be setting the tone for the event with a speech that will help frame the debates today and highlight the critical importance to our nation of getting this right. Then John Leibovitz, the Deputy Chief of the Wireless Bureau, who played a key role in organizing the summit, as well as in the National Broadband Plan, will be presenting the conclusions from our spectrum demand paper. Following John will be our first panel, which will discuss the economic imperative of new broadband spectrum. The panel will be moderated by Jason Furman, the Deputy Director of the National Economic Council, who will be joined by a number of distinguished panelists from industry and the financial world. We will then have a chance for lunch, but we can't consider it a break. Our lunchtime entertainment will feature a discussion between Anish Chopra, Chief Technology Officer of the United States, and our own Commissioner Meredith Baker. Commissioner McDowell will kick off the afternoon session and introduce the second panel, featuring a discussion of policy solutions to spectrum demand, moderated by Tom Wheeler. This panel will include key staff from the House and Senate, as well as thought leaders from academia, industry, and the legal community. Again, welcome and thank you for coming to take part. Now it is our honor to hand it off to Chairman Julius Janikowski.
Thank you, everyone. Ruth and Julie, thank you both very, very much for your incredible work on spectrum and innovation issues and for leading our Spectrum Task Force, which is driving so much of our work in this area. Thank you to the members of congressional staff who are here. They'll be participating in our panels. We appreciate the show of interest in our work and our ongoing efforts to work together with Congress to address these important issues for our country. And thank you to Brookings for helping organize and host today's lunch. As Ruth and Julie mentioned, we have a terrific group of moderators and participants today. I wanted to thank, in particular, Jason Furman and Tom Wheeler, who will be moderating our two panels. Our lunch speaker, Anish Chopra, our country's first Chief Technology Officer. My fellow commissioners, Robert McDowell and Meredith Baker, who will be participating in this. Commissioner Baker delivered a terrific speech on encouraging 4G deployment earlier this week. It is clear that all 5 members of our commission share a strong commitment to smart spectrum policy. Let me thank the members of the FCC team who worked so hard to bring today's Spectrum Summit together. Josh Gottheimer, John Leibovitz, Leon Jackler, Roger Goldblatt, I don't know, Roger, how you do it, and his team, Rob Aldiver, Tom Peters, many other staff throughout the commission. We hold this summit at a critical time. Our economy is struggling. People are hurting. The number of Americans living in poverty is the highest in recorded history. More than half of U.S. households have someone who is unemployed at some point during the year. At the same time, we face increasing global competition. Newsweek recently ran a cover story ranking the best countries in the world, the not-so-funny punchline, we're number 11. As President Obama said last week, to create jobs today, to lay the foundation for economic growth and U.S. competitiveness in the future, quote, we need a smart system of infrastructure equal to the needs of the 21st century. History confirms the benefits of smart infrastructure policies, from the Erie Canal in the 1820s, to the Transcontinental Railroad in the 1860s, to rural electrification in the 1930s, to the interstate highway system in the 1950s. Smart infrastructure policies not only sustain commerce, they strengthen our communities. As President Eisenhower said, and I quote, together, the uniting forces of our communication and transportation systems are dynamic elements in the very name we bear, United States. Without them, we would be a mere alliance of many separate parts. In today's world, that connecting and uniting force is broadband. And communications technologies in general, broadband in particular, are key parts of a successful economic engine for the 21st century. This sector represents about 1/6 of our economy. It's the key to the American dream in the 21st century, key to a bright future for the U.S. and for all of our people. Since the moment I arrived at the FCC, we have focused on the extraordinary opportunities of communications technology. And this is a transformative moment that we must seize. That's why we put the time and effort into producing the most comprehensive and dynamic broadband plan in the world. And one of the most important components of the National Broadband Plan, an innovative part of that plan as compared to other broadband plans that have been done around the world, is that it recognizes how central wireless broadband is to our future. The facts, we're all becoming increasingly familiar with them, are plain. A little more than a decade ago, there were about 61 million mobile subscribers in this country. Now there are 293 million. Today, there are about 61 million Americans with smartphones. I think we can see where that number is headed. Then we get to iPads and to the coming wave of tablets. Who doesn't think that they will follow a similar trajectory? What does that mean? It means that in addition to the importance of our physical infrastructure of fiber and cable, we must have a laser-like focus on our invisible infrastructure, our spectrum. Many people don't realize that every time they make a call on their mobile smartphone, download a document on their AirCard-connected laptop, open an app on their wireless tablet, or use any remote control or listen to the radio, they're utilizing the power of our electromagnetic spectrum. Spectrum is what beams from the cellular, radio, and TV towers and enables the mobile devices that have become increasingly essential parts of all of our lives. In my case, that would be a couple of smartphones and a tablet. Though you can't see it, spectrum is the oxygen of our mobile communications infrastructure and the backbone of a growing percentage of our economy. Spectrum enables wireless innovation that will grow our economy and create jobs of the future. The mobile revolution has spawned what you can call an apps economy, with tens of thousands of developers and companies, including many startups creating new jobs, inventing more than 250,000 apps, driving $4 billion in sales last year alone, even in this economy. And consider the potential for e-commerce. eBay's iPhone app has been downloaded 12 million times, and eBay sales on smartphones are expected to top $1.5 billion this year. Now, eBay sellers are largely a collection of small businesses, many online only, and many traditional offline businesses that have added online sales. Small businesses are the biggest engine of new job creation in our country. They are increasingly using the mobile platform to start, to grow their businesses, to expand their markets, to create new jobs. As I heard from the founder of the popular local Cake Love chain of bakeries, which even in this economy has grown its business and created jobs, and I'm quoting him, "I need to go where my customers are. They're online and they're on their smartphones." Mobile has tremendous potential to grow our global economy as well, opening new markets for U.S. businesses around the world, helping us meet our export goals for the United States. More than 90% of the world's population has access to mobile networks, and 3G broadband mobile networks are coming worldwide. Our invisible infrastructure also supports breakthrough tools to improve education and healthcare, such as ever-updating e-readers that can replace for our students outdated textbooks, and remote monitoring devices that use spectrum that can help diabetes or cardiac patients track their glucose or heart rate levels. But we are at an inflection point. The explosive growth in mobile communications is outpacing our ability to keep up. If we don't act to update our spectrum policies for the 21st century, we're going to run into a wall, a spectrum crunch, that will stifle American innovation and economic growth and cost us the opportunity to lead the world in mobile communications. Spectrum is finite. Demand will soon outpace the supply available for mobile broadband. Now, this isn't the first time I've said this, and it won't be the last. The coming spectrum crunch is a vital strategic and economic issue for our country, and a vital consumer issue, since increased congestion will lead to growing consumer frustration with their mobile devices. We already see in dropped calls and some frustrating consumer experiences the consequences of mobile congestion. We have to solve that for our mobile broadband future. We need to focus on the spectrum crunch and employ all of our levers to unleash the opportunities of mobile. Today, you heard a little bit about this from Ruth and Julie. The FCC is releasing a white paper that offers new insights into the looming spectrum crunch. First, the report quantifies the size of our spectrum deficit. What did we find? Based on leading industry forecasts, we're likely to see a 35x, a 35 times increase in mobile broadband traffic over the next 5 years. I believe those estimates are actually conservative as we see the actual uptake of broadband use on mobile phones and on iPads, and as I think we'll see on other tablets. Next, the white paper finds that even if spectrum and device efficiency doubles in the years ahead, and even if the number of cell towers continues to grow at its current pace, we'll need another roughly 300 megahertz by 2014 to accommodate the growing demand. 300 megahertz is the near-term spectrum deficit. Now, a few people outside this room know what a megahertz is, but everyone knows the value of a dollar. The white paper puts the importance of this debate in perspective by assessing the economic value of the spectrum, which it estimates to be as high as $120 billion. It's clear. We are standing at a crossroads. We are looking at two potential futures. If we act thoughtfully and execute on a strategic vision to ensure the highest and best use of this precious national resource, we can drive billions of dollars in private investment, fueling world-leading innovations, creating millions of new jobs, and enabling endless new products and services that can help improve the lives of all Americans. If we don't, we'll put our country's economic competitiveness at risk and squander the chance we now have to lead the world in mobile. We'll read more stories like the one about Applied Materials, which moved its CTO and advanced solar R&D operations from Silicon Valley to China because it believed China was a more attractive market for what it was doing. How many technology companies need to move their CTOs overseas before we declare a crisis? Imagine if Lincoln had not led the effort to build a railroad across our continent. Imagine if FDR had not pushed through the Rural Electrification Act, which brought millions of Americans out of the dark and lit up one small business after another. Imagine if Eisenhower had left large swaths of the country in the slow lane, bypassed by the commercial activity our highways enabled. Think of the economic opportunities we would have missed, the human potential that would have gone untapped, the ideas left fallow, the jobs left on the table. The choice is clear. We have to pick the path that promises jobs and economic growth, innovation, and opportunity. We must close the spectrum gap. We can build a national invisible infrastructure appropriate for the digital age, with government acting as the catalyst for massive private sector investment. That's how Lincoln built the Transcontinental Railroad, with performance-based government bonds, grants of government-owned land, and competition among the major rail companies. As Larry Summers, the president's national economic advisor, recently put it, and let me quote, "Public action, private investment. Infrastructure," I continue to quote, "is constructed here in the United States by American workers. It cannot be relocated. If transportation infrastructure was and remains a key source of competitive advantage in the industrial economy, digital infrastructure will be a key source of competitive advantage in the knowledge economy." Close quote. The good news is we have a head start on mobile broadband. We completed our DTV transition before other countries, and we're poised to begin reaping the benefits of the digital dividend. U.S. companies are ahead of the pack on 4G, having invented the technology and having already invested billions in next-generation networks. We're ahead of the world on mobile apps. In the not-too-distant future, millions of Americans will be enjoying mobile connections through 4G, mobile connections on their smartphones or on their laptops or on their tablets at speeds we're used to on our desktops or on Wi-Fi. But a head start doesn't guarantee a win. Global leadership is not a given, it must be earned. We had an early lead in the mobile revolution in the 1990s, but fell behind. We don't want to lose our edge again. We sit here today, we know what the challenge is, we have to solve it. We also know that historically it takes some time, between 6 and as many as 13 years, to repurpose licensed spectrum for new uses. We need to get moving. We don't want to find ourselves in a spectrum crunch with consequences we can predict. Frustrated innovators, frustrated investors, and frustrated consumers with the choice of lousy service or sky-high prices. That's why we've convened this Spectrum Summit, to highlight the opportunities of mobile broadband, to put the challenges on the table, and to identify how we can best utilize our spectrum for the benefit of our country. Knowing that it would be difficult for our participants to solve this massive problem in half a day, we've been working around the clock to develop ideas to kickstart today's conversation. The National Broadband Plan spectrum recommendations rest on two pillars. One, making more spectrum available, and two, using the market and technology to ensure more efficient and effective uses of the spectrum. We're moving aggressively on both fronts. The broadband plan sets a goal of unleashing 500 megahertz of licensed spectrum for broadband over the next 10 years and 300 megahertz over the next 5. President Obama, who has long advocated unleashing the opportunities of spectrum, issued in June an executive memorandum directing federal agencies to work together to unleash more spectrum. Among these efforts is the FCC's close collaboration with NTIA at the Commerce Department, which is working hard to find ways to make more federal spectrum available for mobile broadband. At the FCC, we've already recovered 25 megahertz previously used for WCS, wireless communication services, and have proposed rules that would make available 90 megahertz of mobile satellite spectrum so it can be used for terrestrial broadband. We've released the TV white spaces, the most significant amount of unlicensed spectrum in 25 years, robust spectrum that will bring innovations like super Wi-Fi and increased access in both urban and rural communities. And we need to do more. Innovation in policy will be required to accomplish our spectrum goals. Historically, we've led the world in spectrum policy innovation. And the National Broadband Plan contains a new, big idea: incentive auctions. In these two-sided auctions, we propose that current spectrum licensees, such as TV broadcasters, could voluntarily relinquish spectrum. The FCC would then auction spectrum for flexible wireless broadband, and some portion of the proceeds would be shared with the old licensee. In the case of TV broadcasters, under our plan, they could either continue to broadcast, share spectrum with one or more stations, return their spectrum, or move to VHF. I'm pleased that broadcasters are thinking seriously about what this value proposition means to them, in addition to what it means for the country, how it can help their business, as well as how it can help the country. I appreciate the constructive engagement we've had with broadcasters and how we can make an incentive auction work. These incentive auctions have the chance to be what the very first FCC auctions were at the end of the last century: revolutionary, They're a win-win-win. The country can benefit from freeing up spectrum for mobile use. Taxpayers can benefit from billions in auction revenue. And the current holders of spectrum, including local TV stations, can receive a capital infusion and still be able to distribute their programming by sharing spectrum with other stations or through other platforms such as cable and satellite. Earlier this year, President Obama endorsed this proposal, and it is the basis of bipartisan bills in both the Senate and the House. Swift action to authorize incentive auctions will be a critical step toward more efficient spectrum use and toward ensuring that wireless broadband can meet its potential for economic growth and job creation. Incentive auctions are a big idea, but our spectrum challenges are so great and the stakes for our economy so high that we must proceed on many fronts to seize the opportunities of spectrum. At our next commission meeting in November, I will ask my colleagues to consider 3 items to maximize the use of our invisible infrastructure. The first is a notice of proposed rulemaking that would lay essential groundwork for implementing incentive auctions quickly should Congress act. The item will look at lifting technical restrictions so broadcast spectrum can be used for mobile broadband. It will explore a licensing framework that for the first time would allow stations to voluntarily channel share. And it will examine new ways to improve the digital reception of VHF to make it a more effective option for TV broadcasters. The second item I'll ask my colleagues to consider is a notice of proposed rulemaking to expand our experimental licensing program. Experimental licensing has played a valuable role in many wireless innovations. For example, you've probably seen the TV ads featuring new, potentially life-saving anti-collision systems in cars. Well, that technology requires spectrum, and it was developed using an experimental license granted by the FCC. Experimental licensing also played a key role in white spaces and the development of super Wi-Fi. I'll ask the Commission to consider steps to expand experimental licensing, including easing testing restrictions on universities, research organizations, and other institutions that are developing innovative new services and devices that efficiently utilize spectrum. The goal is to accelerate innovation, to reduce the time for an idea to get from the lab to the market. It would also help the FCC make smarter, faster decisions by giving us on-the-ground intelligence on interference issues. The third item that I'll ask my colleagues to consider on the November agenda is a notice of inquiry to accelerate opportunistic uses of spectrum. The key word being opportunistic, opportunity, including technological advances that could enable greater use of secondary markets for spectrum. Right now, there are swaths of spectrum that are being used, but not to their full potential. The FCC is looking at a number of different ways to unlock that resource, including improved databases, sensing technology, or new innovations in the works at various private companies today. The item will look at how these technological innovations can be used to foster more robust secondary markets through dynamic spectrum leasing and better information on spectrum use, building on our innovative public spectrum dashboard. We hope this item will help us identify ways to improve the efficiency of spectrum and launch new value-providing markets. To make real progress on spectrum, to identify and move forward on the best ideas, we need lots of input from a broad spectrum, so to speak, of the public. That's why we've organized this summit today. It's also why I'm pleased to announce that the FCC has formed a new Technology Advisory Committee, or TAC. The TAC will be comprised of some of the leading technology and business leaders in our country, and it'll be led by Tom Wheeler. Tom is the perfect person for the job, and I'm grateful that he agreed to take it on. He's a true leader both in private sector investment and innovation, and also in public policy development. On the FCC side, Julie Knapp and our Chief Technology Officer, Doug Sicker, will be running the point on TAC. I've charged the TAC with providing counsel on using spectrum and other communications technologies to drive job creation and economic growth. I'm looking forward to the TAC generating concrete ideas and being a spur to FCC action. And of course, we're here today for your ideas and input. I thank you all for participating, and I very much look forward to today's discussion. Some of the questions I expect the panels to address today are these. What are the opportunities we can seize if we address the spectrum crunch? And what exactly will happen if we don't? Are the ideas we've put on the table the right ones? And how can they be improved and executed upon? What innovative policies that I haven't mentioned can allow us to meet our spectrum challenges and drive tremendous consumer benefits? What can we do to drive greater spectrum efficiency? How can we spur secondary markets for spectrum and similar ideas? And finally, how exactly can we unleash the maximum amount of private investment and spur the maximum amount of innovation in and around spectrum? The future is being built on our invisible infrastructure. Let's work together to update our spectrum policies for the 21st century and make sure that this invisible infrastructure truly serves our country's needs. So thank you very much. I'm very much looking forward to today's discussion. Am I introducing John? Thanks. I will give the floor to John Leibovitz using, I would note, a spectrum-based microphone. John, by the way, has been just a key leader inside the Commission, working with Ruth Milkman and Julie Knapp and others on our spectrum policies. John is exactly the kind of person we're very proud to have in public service, with a terrific mix of background in the private sector, small and large companies, and now bringing his considerable talents and brainpower to spectrum issues. John took the lead on organizing this summit today. John, thank you for your work with the summit and for everything that you do at the Commission.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, everyone, for coming today. I'm here to present some of the top-line findings from our spectrum demand paper, which we're releasing today. Make sure I'm not in harm's way. Can we turn on the screen over there? Let's give a moment for the technology to warm up. It's in its research and development phase. Great. So, as several people have mentioned earlier, we're releasing a paper today on the spectrum crunch, and we're essentially quantifying and explaining a figure that's been talked about much, was in the National Broadband Plan, and has been in most of our proceedings over the last spectrum-related proceedings over the last year, which essentially is our spectrum goal of 300 megahertz in 5 years. So let me talk about that. So the National Broadband Plan recommends that the Commission free up 500 megahertz of licensed and unlicensed spectrum in 10 years, of which 300 megahertz should be available for mobile use in 5 years. We mentioned in the broadband plan that there was analysis behind these numbers, and this paper essentially is an attempt to explain some of our thinking behind the 300 megahertz number. The full paper is available today on broadband.gov and fcc.gov. We hope people will download the paper after the summit is over and digest it and give us their feedback. So the paper essentially is a spectrum forecast. It attempts to value quantify the value of making more spectrum available. And also, like any forecast, it's based on a number of assumptions, so we're interested in knowing how, if we change various assumptions, does the forecast change. The approach we took in this analysis was, first of all, to use publicly available data. Second, we wanted to do an industry-wide forecast for the country as a whole rather than a carrier-specific forecast. And third, my personal pet requirement, we wanted to avoid what we call the problem of arbitrary precision, where we have a forecast that's based on so many variables that it's impossible to communicate and also very difficult for people to get their arms around it. We instead wanted to focus on what do we see as the main drivers of demand and really focus in on those. So let's start with some current trends. Over the last 5 or 6 quarters, the growth of data consumption on mobile networks has really been staggering. These are actual historical numbers. we've seen the average data consumed per user grow by about 450% to a point where now it averages about 200 megabytes per user per month. Now, keep in mind, this is a mix of different types of form factors and users, including PC users, mobile PC users, smartphone users like the Android phones, the iPhones, the new Windows mobile phones, the Palm Pre, and more traditional feature phones or cell phones. One of the things is clear, I think, as we think about the market, the number of users is likely to increase. The chairman mentioned 60 million, and there are 290 million cell phone users, so we expect that to go up. The number of devices per user is going up, and the data consumed per device is going up. All of these three trends combine to lead this very dramatic increase in data usage, which we expect will continue. Now, when we think about spectrum demand, the way we think about it is really as the intersection between demand from the consumer or business community for network capacity, and then the ability of wireless networks to meet that capacity. So when we think about our demand forecast, we're looking at how do these two different aspects come together, and what's the value at the point where they meet. The approach we took in the analysis was, again, to use publicly available data. We started with publicly available analyst forecasts. We considered a range of reputable analyst forecasts. We took sort of a consensus average view of them, which turns out to be around 35 times data growth in the next 5 years, which I'll show in a moment. We then took this demand forecast and adjusted it for some of the factors that the chairman mentioned, such as the ability of new technology like 4G technology to have increased spectral efficiency and therefore use the spectrum more efficiently, more cell sites being deployed, which also makes more efficient use of the spectral resource. And we put these different factors into a pot. Where we end up with is a multiplier, a spectrum demand multiplier, which we then apply to what we understand to be the current day usage of spectrum for mobile data on today's networks. And we use that multiplier to project out in 5 years or so what do we think the demand will be. So this is the analyst reports that we've mentioned before. There are different ranges of analyst projections, and they undoubtedly have a different set of assumptions about all kinds of different user behaviors and provider behaviors, which are baked into their forecast. But the central point of them is sort of centered around 35 times growth, and so that was the anchor that we used in our report. This slide illustrates some of the offsetting effects that I mentioned. So if you have a 35 times increase in data demand, at the same time you're also seeing, we also expect once 4G comes online, the average spectral efficiency in the industry to double. And we also expect in the 5-year period for the number of cell sites that are out there to increase by about 40%, growing cell sites forward at historical rates. This, of course, takes into account the fact that it's getting harder and harder to put cell sites out there, but also at the same time the Commission's taken actions to hopefully alleviate some of those difficulties. The net of that is we see about a 12.5 times growth. This is the multiplier that I referred to, adjusted for technology and cell site growth, which we apply to our baseline estimate of current spectrum in the market. I think the headline here is that even accounting for all the technologies and the new cell sites, we expect data traffic to outpace the growth of those other means of meeting them by almost 3 times. So there's clearly a need for more spectrum. This chart shows how the spectrum crunch we expect it to develop over time. By the time you get to 5 years out, which is the 2014 number, based on the 2009 forecast numbers, we see a nearly 300 megahertz deficit. Now, as we've mentioned before, it's not really a matter of do you have enough spectrum or do you not have spectrum. Most economists will tell you there's an economic trade-off between spectrum and other ways of meeting demand, such as more network infrastructure. We attempted to model. Make sure that's not mine. Spectrum is in use all the time around here. We attempted to model what do we see as the cost, the incremental cost savings that you would have if you had enough spectrum to meet demand against a baseline of what the industry is already spending and investing for 4G. And we estimate the number to be about $120 billion. So that's the value of the spectrum that would be freed up through a bunch of the policy initiatives that we'll discuss later today. It's an estimate, and could be less, could be more, but it provides at least a marker that we think is useful for the discussion. Now, also one other thing I'd like to point out is that $120 billion is a cost savings number. Most economists also believe that the value to society, the macroeconomic value of spectrum, is several times what the cost savings are. So the actual economic value in terms of creating new industries that live on top of the spectrum could be several times that $120 billion. It could be hundreds of billions of dollars. And so it's a really significant piece of the economy that we're talking. It's one of our most vital national resources, and I think that's why there's so much interest here today. The paper goes into a bunch of other different considerations, which I won't go into detail with right now due to time restrictions, but we considered a number of different issues that come up when one starts to model spectrum. We looked at a bunch of the different trends in terms of using unlicensed spectrum to complement licensed spectrum. We did a sensitivity analysis looking at what happens if you change some of the key assumptions in different ways. We thought about how does pricing affect the forecast, all of those things. At the end of the day, I think the conclusion we take away is what we're putting forth today is a forecast. It's an estimate. But from where we sit, the numbers that we're putting out really are a matter of when and not if. The demand is so strong, the demand trends are so strong, the growth is so incredible that that just overrides most of the other considerations in the analysis in the near term, to the point where there's just tremendous value to be unlocked by making more productive use of the spectrum resource. So that's an overview of the paper. We hope people will download it and give us their feedback. The main findings, again, the spectrum demand for mobile broadband is growing at an exponential rate. Spectrum need will outpace the supply by a factor of almost 3. Our modeling shows the value of freeing up 300 megahertz to be around $120 billion, and the true economic value to be a multiple of that. And given the time it takes to make spectrum available, historically anywhere from 6 to 13 years, it puts an exclamation point after the last point here, which is that the time to really act on these things is now, because we're not acting for today, we're acting for 6, 7, 8 years from now by the actions we take today. That's all. I'll close with a nice quote by Yogi Berra, that it's tough to make predictions, especially about the future. We have a great lineup of panelists. We're really thankful that they could all come in from various different places and participate, so we hope you'll enjoy the presentations, the discussions, and participate in them. There'll be an opportunity to ask questions in the panels. And thanks again for coming.
Well, thank you all for coming, and probably get started on this first panel. I'm Jason Furman, Deputy Director of the National Economic Council at the White House, and I'm here today for 2 reasons. One is I always carry at least 4 devices that use spectrum and feel I need to be doing my part to make more available. And second, because the White House sees this as a really important issue for the future of the American economy. And if you look at our overall approach to jobs, innovation, economic growth, spectrum is a very important part of it. It's something we've discussed directly with the president on several occasions. It's something that he personally got excited and signed off on the goal of nearly doubling the amount of spectrum available for mobile broadband. And it's something that we're really pleased with Julius's leadership at the FCC and the process the administration is going through to look at how the government uses spectrum and how it can use it more effectively and free up some of its own spectrum, so both on the private side and the public side. So I'm thrilled that the FCC is holding this panel today and that I have the opportunity to be here with our 4 great panelists. I'll just tell you who they are, and then we'll go across. Everyone's going to talk for a few minutes with their opening comments, and then we'll get a little bit of a conversation going, and after that go to your questions. I think you have note cards that have either been given out or will be given out shortly. You can write your questions, bring them up to me, and we'll be able to get to those at the end. So going across, we have Simon Flannery, who's a telecom analyst at Morgan Stanley, Peggy Johnson, who's Executive Vice President for the Americas for Qualcomm, Liam Quinn, who's the Director and the CTO of Communications for Dell, and Neville Ray, who's the Chief Network Officer for T-Mobile USA. So Simon, why don't you kick it off?
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. What I wanted to touch on briefly was, as an analyst in the telecommunications industry, how do we see spectrum playing into the outlook for mobile broadband? The first thing I would do is echo the chairman's comments about the demand side of the equation. The Morgan Stanley published a mobile internet report with my colleague Mary Meeker several months ago, and one of the forecasts in there suggests that by 2014 there will be more people accessing the internet via mobile devices than via desktop devices. So really the world is moving mobile in a very rapid way. Apple announced they have 5 billion plus apps downloaded at this point. They had over 4 million iPads sold last quarter. Our forecast for tablet devices next year is over 50 million globally. So we're seeing an entire new category. And as the FCC's analysis showed, these new devices are really orders of magnitude higher in terms of their usage of bandwidth. An iPhone uses about 10 times the capacity of a regular phone, and we're just bringing in some new apps like FaceTime and Netflix that are going to be much more intensive than things like Angry Birds or some of the games that are there at the moment. But the iPad is opening up a whole new category. We're seeing 3 times the number of internet page views than on an iPhone, but each of those internet page views consumes much more bandwidth because the graphics and so forth are much more intense. Clearwire, which runs one of the first 4G networks, has average usage of 7 gigabytes a month right now. And that compares to the average usage we're seeing right now is 200 megabits, as John was showing us earlier. One of the really exciting things about the tablet development is that we're seeing it embraced not just by consumers who want to play games, but we're seeing education adoption. Apple noted that 65% of Fortune 100 businesses are trialing or deploying the iPad, and this is a device that didn't exist 6 months ago. Next, I want to talk about investment. So we have a clear demand side, but we also have a great adoption of this demand thesis by the wireless community and therefore by the investors as well. We already have 4G networks up in a couple of places in the country. PCS is rolling out LTE, the first deployment here. Clearwire is moving towards 120 million POPs with WiMAX by the end of this year. Verizon will launch 38 markets by the end of this year with LTE, and then next year we'll get deployments from LightSquared and AT&T. This is by far the most robust 4G deployment anywhere in the world. So we're going to have a lot of great choices, but it's also going to put this amazing strain on the spectrum resources that we have right now. Now, a couple of the things that we need to think about in terms of getting access to this spectrum is the visibility into when you can get access to the spectrum, when you can actually deploy it, so you can help plan this investment over the next few years. But it's also important where the spectrum is. The more contiguous spectrum one can have the more opportunity you have to provide higher speed services. Because if you're only going to give narrow slivers of spectrum, it's going to limit the amount of bandwidth throughput you can get and therefore limit the applications. It also is a fact of the life of the mobile broadband now that it's more of an indoor phenomenon. We're seeing 60–70% of usage in offices, at work, and also in the home environment. So that's a little bit different from the classic use of wireless spectrum. So we also need to think about making spectrum available lower down the spectrum band as well, so you get some of that indoor propagation that is so important. And then finally, think about global roaming options as well, because it's important that we can use these devices overseas and that overseas customers can come to the US and use them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. And Peggy.
Sure. Not sure, is this on? It's not coming on. Is it on now? There we go. Good morning. It's an honor to speak today on such an important topic. Why does the spectrum crunch matter for America? And let me begin by commending Chairman Janikowski, the commissioners, and the FCC staff for the hard work on the National Broadband Plan and the excellent report out today. Both the plan and today's report establish that there is indeed a spectrum crunch in America. And I'm also pleased to be on this panel with two of our partners at Qualcomm, Dell and T-Mobile USA. Our collaboration with both partners show in vivid terms why it's so important that we solve this crunch, and let me explain why with a few examples. We've worked with Dell on this very innovative new device. This is called the Dell Streak. The Streak is one of the many new tablet computers. This one's powered by our Snapdragon chip that provides a lot of the functionality of a smartphone, but it's in a much smaller package than a laptop, but slightly larger than a cell phone. It's a completely new category, and you're going to see more of devices like this. In addition to our work with the device manufacturers, we've also collaborated very closely with T-Mobile on this device, the G2. And it also uses our Snapdragon, and it runs on T-Mobile's very fast HSPA+. The plus is the part you want to take note of. It's a very fast network. So again, just devices every day are coming out and new categories. Both the Streak and the G2 give all of our consumers easy access to hundreds of thousands of applications touching on virtually every facet of American life, ranging from education to energy to healthcare to public safety, and wherever they happen to be via a state-of-the-art mobile network system. And the good news is that the demand for mobile broadband is really exploding, whether it's measured in terms of devices coming to market every day, the diverse range of applications, or really the seemingly ever-increasingly demand for data consumption. But unfortunately, the bad news is that without more spectrum, this is all will come to a screeching halt, and really that's no exaggeration. Everybody wants one of these smartphones, a tablet, an e-reader, a mobile embedded laptop, and in increasing numbers, many of us want more than one of those devices, and we want to use these where we live and work and play. So let me describe just a few examples of some of the compelling broadband apps that are driving this demand. Just a few days ago, Sprint and a company named Airstrip announced an application that has fetal heart rate monitoring and remote monitoring of maternal contractions, all done on a smartphone. And the first device that's using this is the HTC Evo and the Samsung Epic. But if you think about it, can you imagine a doctor who wouldn't want that capability, or a patient who wouldn't want to go to a doctor who has that capability? It's really going to change the way that we look at healthcare. And on the same day as the Airstrip announcement, here in Washington, a company named SmartSync announced at a press conference with 6 major wireless operators, as well as Qualcomm, that we were all reaffirming our commitment to cellular-based solutions for the smart grid. Qualcomm explained we're working with SmartSync on modules that'll be incorporated into smart meters, and just as cell phones today access app stores, these modules will effectively create a smart grid app store, so you can do things like advanced data response, prepaid service, electrical vehicle recharging, and solar monitoring, just to name a few. And then finally, here in Washington, next week, CTIA, Qualcomm, and Verizon Wireless are having a conference on mobile learning for the 21st century. And as Chairman Janikowski has said, mobile broadband-based e-readers open the door for students who now carry 50 pounds of textbooks in their backpacks to instead use digital textbooks or laptops with up-to-date material and cutting-edge interactive tools. So smartphones used for fetal heart rate monitoring, smart meters used to reduce energy consumption, and e-readers used to improve education. These are just a few of the reasons why solving the spectrum crunch is so important for America. We won't be able to use these innovations and the ones that are announced each and every day if there isn't enough licensed spectrum for broadband mobile. Without more spectrum, these networks just can't keep up with the ever-growing demand, and it's really just that simple. At Qualcomm, one of our guiding principles has always been that spectrum is a very precious resource, and we strive to design the most spectrally efficient technologies. But as we've said in our prior filings and statements, improvements in technology, as important as they are, really can't solve the spectrum crunch, and there's no getting around the fact that more spectrum is needed if we're to continue on this healthy pace of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy and Liam.
Good afternoon or good morning, and again, I really appreciate being invited to participate in the panel here. Dell has been actually shipping wireless devices in our notebooks for the last 10 plus years. We initially started off with Bluetooth, and we've been shipping integrated Wi-Fi in all of our consumer and commercial products over the last number of years, in addition to mobile broadband. We also believe that there's a spectrum crunch coming, and look forward to the discussion here this morning. If you look at some of the trends in terms of technology, the integration of silicon, the capabilities of the processing elements in devices allow more functionality and more applications today than ever before. So if you look at the smart handheld today, the compute capabilities and the multi-core processing architectures in those devices far exceed those of a notebook perhaps 5+ years ago. In addition to that, you have other technology trends such as flash-based memory. So now you have that instant on capability and the storage capabilities of flash memory. And when you look at graphics processing capabilities as well as other I/O capabilities, the one really that's actually starting to hit a bottleneck right now is the wireless I/O capability for those mobile devices. There's additional work going on in other technology spectrums such as 60 gigahertz. So that would allow for uncompressed video applications from other devices to mobile platforms. So imagine having those capabilities in an integrated mobile notebook or smart handheld or tablet, and then having to push that out over the airwaves with a limited set of spectrum available. So we believe that there is a spectrum crunch now, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to free that up, in order to stimulate growth and innovation in this space. For example, the Wi-Fi Alliance actually is going to ship over 450 million chipsets this year. It's going to grow over 1 billion chipsets next year and double that in the next 2 to 3 years. So when you see the accelerated growth in Wi-Fi, for example, and the capabilities that brings to mobile platforms, we can anticipate that there's going to be more and more and richer applications being used by consumers, by our commercial customers, and as well as the growth in social media sites. You can see that tremendous growth of content and information that will need to either exit or enter these mobile platforms. So we're looking forward to the work by the Commission, and we believe that there's a lot of work to be done. We believe that it's a catalyst for innovation and growth in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam and Neville, if you want to round out the opening.
Thank you. It's tough being at the end. I will try and avoid being duplicative or repetitive on the prior comments, but building on Simon, Peggy's, and Neil's comments, try and keep mine somewhat fresh. At T-Mobile, and I think across the industry, we're very excited with this wireless tsunami that's upon us. I think it presents both challenges, but massive opportunities. And clearly spectrum, as the chairman mentioned in his presentation many times this morning, is a key ingredient into turning those challenges into opportunities for U.S. society. The growth in the category is incredible. There's no other way to describe it. I don't think we've seen anything akin to what we are seeing in the wireless space since its creation. And if you look at migration from early services in non-digital cellular into digital services, 2G into 3G, and now into 4G services, the growth phenomenon that's upon us is remarkable. Just to talk about one segment or one area, the smartphone, we now see the emergence of the superphone. Peggy talked to the types of devices that many of our customers and competitor customers to T-Mobile are now carrying in the U.S. marketplace. And the story on those, just that one category of product is it's an amazing story if you look at the last few years. I go back to 2008, maybe late 2007, and good smartphone data digestion was in the realms of about maybe 10 to 20 megabytes of data a month, but probably closer to 10. In 2009, that number became 100 megabytes of data per month, so an order of magnitude increase. If you look at 2010 and today what we see, the gigabyte per month smartphone is here. It's real. And the chairman talked about average numbers across cell phone digestion and usage in the 200 to 300 megabyte range. But the upper end of that now, we have smartphones, the superphone category, which is extremely fast and very capable, magnificent screens, fast processors, great battery life, a whole combination of technology factors which the US market has helped create and deploy that are driving intense usage. So almost 100 times in that category growth over the space of 24 months. Those are pretty remarkable numbers when you think about that and contrast that to other industries and other growth areas. So the spectrum need is there. The internet, which is, I think we'd all agree, probably the greatest innovative step and measure that's occurred in probably most of our lifetimes. The internet has truly gone mobile. And it's moving into every consumer and customer's hands, driving greater productivity, greater efficiency, the digestion of media, so many different aspects that we become very comfortable and familiar with in the fixed world. That is now exploding in the mobile space. And it will continue to happen. I think the forecasts that we look at are forecasts that will be realized, assuming that we can maintain the growth in device performance and network performance to support that. So if we look at the Spectrum report that's been issued, we're very supportive of all of the work that the FCC has done on the broadband plan, as is, I believe, the commercial wireless industry. I think the study clearly outlines the growth measures necessary to support this mobilization of the internet into the U.S. marketplace. I mean, a couple of comments. I think that all spectrum is not created equal. Simon mentioned this briefly in his opening remarks. I think it's key that we focus on bringing spectrum to the marketplace that can be readily deployed and utilized in wireless devices by U.S. customers and U.S. consumers. That requires a whole host of things. It takes time to build band capability, the spectrum band capability itself, into devices, into infrastructure. We need to move very, very quickly into releasing spectrum and the plans around that, so that, as the chairman mentioned, we can start to minimize the 6-year time frame it's taken from when we talk about releasing spectrum to when it's commercially available to consumers in the U.S. marketplace. So a key element that I think we need to focus on there. Conscious of time, as I mentioned, I mean, the consumer space is exploding. I think we see this world emerging where everything will be connected. So the machine to machine, the people to machine. You've all seen many, I'm sure, various presentations talking about this world where most devices will be connected wirelessly in one form or another. We believe that is absolutely going to happen within our lifetimes over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And spectrum is going to be the key ingredient that's necessary to realize that ambition and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Peggy, maybe we'll start with you, but anyone's welcome to jump in and answer this question. You talked about all of this innovation coming to a screeching halt if we didn't deal with this. And the question is the spectrum crunch coming, or is it actually already here and constraining us today?
Right. So, our part of that spectrum crunch is the core of what we do is integration. And so if you imagine everything that was on your desk a few years ago in your laptop, we've pulled it all down into a single chip. We've reduced the power consumption needs on it. We've reduced the cost on that and put all sorts of additional functionality in there. And what that's done through economies of scale is say now you can put that in not just a phone, but in any of these consumer electronic devices that Neville was talking about. Literally everything will be connected. So we're at this inflection point now where you're not just going to have one device needing spectrum. You're going to have many devices needing spectrum. And so I would argue that it is here. The wall is out there. We can see it, and we have to act quickly, or this rapid pace of innovation will come to a screeching halt. Absolutely.
If I can just provide a little bit of color from what we're seeing right now, a lot of the headlines about congestion and so forth are driven, and Neville can talk to this as well, by the backhaul market, where many of the towers today are fed by copper, T1s designed for voice, but we're in the process of very rapidly upgrading that backhaul from copper to primarily fiber, and in some extent the use of microwave as well. So we have a bottleneck existing in the backhaul, and that's a lot of what one's experiencing today. That's going to get substantially eased over the next sort of 24 months or so, and then it's going to allow even more throughput, which is going to strain the spectrum position even more.
I would echo Peggy's comments. There's a lot more and newer classes of devices today than there were a couple of years ago, even in the last year. So the types and sizes of devices are growing every day, and the content that's being generated and consumed by those devices continues to increase. So if you look at the mix of combo chips that are going to be certified this year, almost 30% and growing are dual mode chipsets, which means that both mobile broadband chips as well as Wi-Fi chips. And the reason for that is that there is a spectrum crunch in the licensed spectrum, but also those devices need to get access to the mobile internet, and one method to do that today is through Wi-Fi and hotspots, either in the home or in public hotspots. So I believe the crunch is now, and I think there's a need to really open up additional ways to get access to the mobile internet.
Yeah, I just add, Jason, I mean, I think clearly I believe the crunch is here. As Simon mentioned, there are many factors to delivering, a great mobile wireless, mobile data experience. Backhaul is absolutely one, so the connective tissue from the cell sites back into the rest of the world, that last mile, first mile, they'll call it in Europe, but all carriers are upgrading, their backhaul position, something we're very proud of at T-Mobile. We believe we have a leading position in terms of IP and Ethernet, carrier Ethernet backhaul for our HSPA Plus network that Peggy mentioned earlier on, enabling us to deliver 4G services in the marketplace today and ahead of much of the competitive set in the US. So backhaul is one key piece. The radio environment is changing, and all carriers are moving to more capable radio technologies. That's happening. But I think all those things will help, but they will also drive much greater consumption of services. So as you open up the pipe or the faucet, or you make the pipe wider, more flows through it. And I think clearly there are areas, several carriers today have spectrum needs, which are real and apparent today. And I think you can read in media where some of those challenges emerge and how well they're reported on. There are dissatisfaction levels rising in some carriers based on spectrum constraints and concerns. I think the other piece that I mentioned in the opening remarks is the crunch is real today because it's massively important for Peggy's company, Neil's company, my company, to understand what spectrum is going to become available over the coming years and when. Because without that, we can't drive the investments that are necessary to drive today to be ready to deploy that spectrum. So the problem is very, very real today in terms of what's available, but the lack of knowledge or clear certainty around what will become available is probably the more pressing and dire issue that we need to address very quickly.
Okay. I suspect there's no debate on our panel or even necessarily in this room about the reality of a spectrum crunch or about the fact that it's important for the economy, potentially hurts the economy, and freeing up more spectrum could be a real opportunity. When I hear companies come in and talk about this issue, I hear from your industry, from device makers, from wireless carriers. How do you convince people and companies that use your products that the issue is spectrum and that that's what needs to be expanded? I think when people worry about something not working that well, they blame, the iPhone or they blame AT&T. They don't think there's this broader macro spectrum issue underlying all of that. And how would you also get, large companies like GE and Caterpillar or small businesses to think that their economic future depends on the provision of spectrum that you will then use and then deploy in ways that can help them?
I mean, I'll take it. I don't think there is an easy answer to that one, Jason. The biggest challenge, the chairman said, it's the invisible infrastructure. And I think his comment was there aren't too many people outside of this room will understand what a megahertz is. And he's absolutely right. So it is difficult for the wireless carrier to communicate that spectrum need directly to its customer base. That said, I think that's one of the key roles of being a service provider in the industry is to bring, network, spectrum, device experience together. That's our responsibility and our accountability in the space. So it's something that we have to take care of almost for the customer. I think clearly the work of the FCC, the broadband plan, summits like today are starting to raise the visibility of this spectrum issue in the US, and I think there's much greater visibility to this issue on a global basis. I think those efforts must continue because without that, I think the support that's necessary for what need to be some radical changes in both spectrum policy and availability of spectrum will not occur.
If I can add to that, I think one of the things that has been notable about the mobile broadband explosion is it has primarily been consumer-driven initially, and many of us have much better technology at home with our laptops than we may do at work. We're operating, an old copy of Windows or whatever, an old processor, but that is changing. If you talk to a CTO in enterprise today, their main mobile product may be a BlackBerry, which is primarily driving, maybe in a 2G world, email, which is not very data intensive relative to what we're talking about here. But things like the tablet devices, things like the products that Peggy has been showing here today are changing all that. And we're starting to see education and business really starting to embrace these devices. So what wasn't necessarily seen as their problem because they weren't using mobile data in very intense ways is changing very, very rapidly as we start to deploy tablets into the enterprise environment as they get over some of the security issues that they've been concerned about. So I think this is something that really hasn't necessarily been on the radar screen of corporate America up to now, but I think over the next few quarters we're going to see that it really become their issue as much as it's become consumers' issues up to now.
And I would add to that I think one of the things that will wake people up is the quality of service. At some point, you've got all your devices running and the service will just slow down, and without more spectrum, we can't do anything about that. The quality of service will continue to deteriorate. And another misconception, I think, amongst the public is that 4G is coming, it's the holy grail, but it lives on spectrum as well, and there's an end out there. And at Qualcomm, we're doing what we can to get every bit down that 3G pipe and to continue to innovate with efficiencies and optimizations on 3G, because again, without more spectrum, that's our only option. So as we do that, we're working on 4G in parallel, certainly, but we're doing things like moving the cell sites closer to the user. That helps alleviate it. But we talked today about a 35 times mobile data usage increase, and there is no technology that can overcome 35 times.
So if I could add to that, we talk to our customers every day. Millions of conversations that takes place every week with our customers. And the planning cycle for devices is quite lengthy. So freeing up additional spectrum, getting updates from the FCC, getting heads up on where spectrum is becoming available is very important to us, so that we can actually talk to our customers as they're planning their 2 to 3 year strategies on devices and applications. And we can actually then work on those technologies, work with our technology partners, work with our carrier partners in order to develop products that will meet those needs. But I think it's not one answer solves all. I think it's the awareness of what spectrum is becoming available, and I think innovation will develop based on that. But again, it's we need the heads up, and we need the foresight on where spectrum availability is going to be and where it's coming from, and allow us to then innovate with both our technology partners, our application partners, our software and OS partners, as well as our infrastructure partners in order to develop and innovate in those spaces.
Peggy, you brought this issue up, but I'd like to hear from others, especially Liam and Neville on it, which is, I think we something like double our demand for spectrum every year, maybe a little bit less than that. We're not going to double the amount of spectrum available every single year going forward. So a lot of the solution is going to have to come from things that aren't just freeing up spectrum, but are how we use it. Some of that's our physical infrastructure, like where we build the towers. Some of that's compression algorithms. Some of that's in the device itself. So from the perspective of Dell, who makes devices, and T-Mobile, a carrier, to build on what Peggy said, what do you think, what can you do to expand the way in which we use spectrum efficiently? How far do you think we can get with that? And then also to understand, is the constraint at the end of the day that it becomes increasingly costly for you to take those steps to the point where it's prohibitive, or there's an actual technological barrier that at no cost can you go beyond?
I think Wi-Fi is a big success and continues to be a success. Mobile broadband is successful, and we're shipping that in our products. With the freeing up of the white space spectrum, I think that allows more innovation in addition to the technology we have integrated today in our platforms. And I think it's going to be a mix of different technologies that will help alleviate bandwidth constraints in the near term. I think longer term additional spectrum is going to help tremendously. There's a lead time in all of the development of solutions based on spectrum and radio technologies. On the economic side, I think there's been a tremendous growth in the Wi-Fi space. I think there's going to be a lot of leverage that can be benefited from that with additional radios. I think there's been tremendous development and progress being made in the mobile broadband space. Again, the integration of multifunctional radios into smaller pieces of silicon allows that higher level of integration. So I think there's an economic benefit of adding additional radio capabilities to existing technologies that will benefit in the long term.
And from the infrastructure side?
Yes, I'll try and not give too long an answer, Jason, to that one. There's a lot in the question. I think Peggy said, 4G is not the holy grail, and I think that's 1,000% right. Although moving and advancing radio technology is absolutely key. So just a couple of quick comments on that. HSPA Plus, if you look at the roadmaps there and where that can go on a forward basis, a very powerful technology. LTE coming, going to take time to settle into the global marketplace. We may see some earlier adoption in the US based on some of the pressures the companies are under here. But LTE coming, going to take some time to become a true global standard, probably 4 to 5 years. WiMAX is moving some in the US, but again limited. So I mean the technology parts are evolving. They all focus on improving spectral efficiency. Most of them do rely, however, on greater volumes of spectrum becoming available to realize future potential. And if you look at the outer releases on, say, an LTE Release 10 product, which is 2 steps away from what's in the marketplace today, spectrum needs there are in very, very large chunks of spectrum, 80, 100 megahertz to get some of the speeds and capabilities that have been talked about in seminars and projections. So the radio piece will help. I think the report does a good job of trying to rationalize the impacts of radio technology and some of the other opportunistic improvements over the coming years. The report also talks about cell splitting and the $120 billion impact if we try to offset just the spectrum need with cell splitting. There's a whole feasibility argument in there. The FCC has done some great work in recent years to help move forward with more greater deployment or ease of deployment of wireless technology, but it's still a very tough task. And when you start, even in the base forecast in the plan that John talked through this morning, I think it talks about another 100,000 plus cell sites or something over the near term within the baseline growth. They're incredible numbers that will be very, very difficult to move through the jurisdictions across the U.S. Cell site deployment is more challenging today than it ever was 15 years ago when I started my U.S. career in California. So there's a challenge there in terms of macro cell sites. I think Liam mentioned one of the great opportunities, which is Wi-Fi offload. All carriers are working that space, and I think a lot of smartphone usage is certainly supported on Wi-Fi. I think as wireless carriers, we are all looking at ways to kind of layer our radio architecture, go to smaller cell deployments, focus on in-building activity, focus on the home more. So there are multiple ways to go to try and resolve this issue, but they all take work. And ultimately, net-net, none of them can resolve in a compound way. None of them together can compound to the results that we need to offset this spectrum demand. And I think the report summarizes very well how in a best case scenario, all of these other factors coming together, we still leave ourselves very, very short on the spectrum front. So don't get me, I'm not trying to be defensive about our industry. I think we have done phenomenal things over the last 10 years. We were very proud when we were running 28 kilobits per second across our data networks in wireless, and now we're running tens of megabits. So huge changes have happened in the technology space, both from the device side, chipset side, network side, but they are nowhere near enough on a go-forward basis to offset the demand curve that's coming at us.
We've been talking a lot about the spectrum crunch in the United States and the consequences here. I was interested in maybe starting with you, Simon, on how you think we compare to other countries in terms of both the spectrum we have available today, the clarity of our path going forward, and what you think it means for the ability of American companies to maintain the lead in a lot of these different areas about how we're doing compared to the rest of the world in spectrum.
Thank you. So I would say that the rest of the world is generally behind the U.S. in terms of the adoption of smartphones, of 3G, but we are seeing a very rapid move forward. I think the sort of Apple sales numbers are starting to get into markets like China now. But we have many of the same issues in terms of releasing spectrum across Europe, across Asia, that we do in the U.S. That in many cases the spectrum is already occupied, maybe by government or other agencies, and there are challenges with spectrum harmonization. We're also seeing legal challenges in some cases. In some markets like Mexico, for example, we had a recent situation where there was a spectrum auction, but then it was challenged. So there have been delays in some of those markets in moving forward. We have tough competitive environments, perhaps, where maybe the capital may not be as available as it readily is. And I think we're also trying to harmonize across. If you think about the U.S., I think one of the great advantages that we have is we have a single market in a sense of 300 million plus people, and we have a unified spectrum strategy. Imagine taking that to Europe, where you have different national agencies, and there's a lot more cross-border activity if each state was going through the process that we're going through today. So that becomes the risk of fragmentation is much greater, and it's much harder, perhaps, if you're a company like a Vodafone, for example, that has operations in many different countries, to get the spectrum that you need on a pan-European basis. So I think we're certainly making some strides here, and in some cases we're ahead, in some cases we're behind. But I think it's a universal issue in trying to free up these resources, and everybody's going to face the same challenges. Emerging markets, in fact, in many cases have sort of skipped the wired internet, and sometimes that you'll see mobile voice pass the fixed very, very early, and the mobile data side is doing the same thing.
If you look at the, I agree with Simon. I think the U.S. tends to lead the rest of the world in terms of spectrum policy. If you look at the silicon developers, almost 90% or 90+% of the developers for radio silicon are U.S. based. And I think this is something that we shouldn't lose sight of. And I think has been a tremendous amount of innovation and development in the silicon development and antennas and structures and so forth, and integration. And I think that innovation will continue, but it will continue based on spectrum becoming available. I think our failure to accelerate some of the work in this space can lead to fragmentation in the marketplace. We've seen some areas of the globe that have proposed their own proprietary wireless protocols and technologies. that can become an issue, especially as a global environment that we work in and we ship our products to. From our point of view, and our customers are global, it drives complexity, it drives cost, it drives a lot of complexity in our supply chain and the ability to innovate because of emerging standards or competitive standards that may be proprietary for particular countries or regions. So I think we shouldn't lose sight of where the actual silicon development and app development is being done in the mobile space.
I'd a few thoughts, Jason. Some agreeing, somewhat disagreeing. I think we're in actually a very, very tough spot in the U.S. compared to some other parts of the world, and I'll explain why. Clearly, the U.S. does lead in the adoption of mobile and wireless services. It's kind of interesting. I mean, the U.S. is only now reaching kind of the penetration rates that have occurred in, say, European markets 5+ years ago. But penetration rates are one thing. I think penetration rates in the US will morph very rapidly with multiple devices. The chairman with his tablet and his 2 phones, and I mean, you're going to see penetration rates move rapidly and quickly above maybe other developed countries' penetration rates here in the US over the next 3 to 5 years. But adoption of wireless services is much higher in the US. You look at the talking patterns and the utilization of mobile phones in US society, and it's sometimes orders of magnitude greater than what you see in other developed parts of the world. Not all parts of the world, but many others. And so the US is in this position where you couple that with the US society and its embracement of the internet and its consumption of media. Again, different patterns of behavior here compared to some other parts of the world historically. This movement into a mobile internet space with very high penetration and very high adoption rates creates this kind of almost perfect storm. And so, this spectrum scarcity is greater it's a bigger problem for the US to address than I think in some other parts of the world, where we are seeing some slow spectrum activity in terms of moving new spectrum to market. But in some other places, even with low penetration or high penetration, low adoption rates, we are seeing big moves on new spectrum. So I've often reflected on a recent auction in Germany, and that auction, which closed the earlier part of this year, brought 360 megahertz of spectrum to the German marketplace. And that's now. That spectrum is clear and generally clean and free for use. So if you look at that situation where the US has a much greater and stronger demand curve, but at this point in time has been unable to push larger volumes of spectrum into the marketplace, it kind of paints the picture of where the problem sits for us in the US. So we have to move quickly. We have to get large volumes of spectrum out into the marketplace because our demand side curve is just much higher and stronger than many other parts of the world today.
And does that just hurt us here in the United States, or does that hurt our company's ability to compete worldwide and develop innovation here in the United States? How much of our innovation is driven by our domestic market and then enables us to export to the rest of the world?
Well, one thing I would say to that is because unfortunately the world over there's very inconsistent bands and air interfaces and types of spectrum. And as was said earlier, not all spectrum is created equal, but we want our devices to work everywhere. And so we, as one of those US-based silicon vendors, have to incorporate all that in as quickly as possible as it's freed up in different areas of the world, because if we don't, your Kindle won't work when you're in Asia, or it won't work when you're in Russia, and we have to stay ahead of that curve. So the US can really be a leader in this space, and particularly in the area of harmonization across these bands. But it's definitely a challenge to get all of that into a small piece of silicon and have these apps work literally everywhere.
Okay. Well, and again for you, Peggy, and then maybe we'll just do one person for each question and then open it up to some of the index cards and questions from the audience. You talked a certain amount about the spectrum needs we have for the devices we have today, for the technologies, the 4G technologies we have today. What about looking out, a decade? to things that we haven't even thought of yet. Maybe you can tell us what no one's thought of yet.
Okay.
And how Spectrum will not just need Spectrum to use the things we have today, but to invent new things, enable new technologies.
Well, to start, I'd just say, if you just look back a little bit in history, I think a year ago, if we talked about a tablet to this room, you might not have had any idea what that was compared to what everyone knows today as the iPad. And 2 years ago, a Kindle or an e-reader was sort of a new thing. And 3 and more years ago, what was a smartphone and what made a phone smart? And each of those are new device categories. And the issue is as these pieces of silicon get smaller and less dependent on power and less costly, you can start to put them in a whole plethora of new areas. So there's areas like medical devices. I do believe will completely change the face of how we deliver healthcare here and in emerging markets through wireless. Education, reaching the most remote parts of the U.S., and putting the power of the internet in our rural children's hands, and things like public safety, e-governance. They're just from one end of the spectrum to the other, and that's only possible if we can get these devices as cheaply as possible and put them into literally every device. So it's hard for me to predict what those new categories are. Those are some broad areas that will be affected by wireless.
Mm-hmm. And Liam, as you and Dell are making business decisions about PCs, about mobile devices, about what you're developing over the next decade, do you need to project and understand what's going on in Spectrum? Would you actually change those business decisions where you're putting your research dollars based on what you foresee happening in the mobile space?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we actually our development cycle is multi-year. So to integrate something into a notebook we're going to ship in, let's say, Q1, that decision has been made last year because of mechanical and tooling and so forth. And that applies not just for notebooks, but other devices, whether it's tablets or the Streak device that Peggy had mentioned, or other mobile platforms that we have in flight. So early visibility in where Spectrum is being freed up or becoming available is very important. It also allows us to go and work with our technology partners in order to innovate and drive ideas and innovation strategies on things that we anticipate and where markets are going as well, enabled by Spectrum and other technologies. It also allows us to work with our mobile broadband partners in order to have go-to-market strategies on platforms that we will ship in the future. So we, in this, from a strategic point of view, we actually have to plan multiple years ahead. So I think that's very important. In terms of investment dollars, again, mobility is a very important aspect of our strategy. We envision that all mobile devices should be connected to the internet regardless of the spectrum and the underlying transport. So the user really shouldn't have to decide whether it's a mobile broadband connection or a WiMAX connection or an LG, LTE or 4G. All of those acronyms should be really transparent, just like today in the corporate environment, people are connected to the corporate network and they really don't know if it's a megabit per second or 10 gigabits per second Ethernet. They are just connected. So I think the always connected paradigm, I think, is one of our strategic tenets. It has to have the ability to deliver information securely. It also has to have the ability to be managed regardless of where it is on the grid, whether it's in Shenzhen, China, or if it's in Washington, D.C. Corporate IT has to know that based on where that device is or that employee is, that either they have firewalled around the policies they can use or the applications they can use based on their location. And I think the services that can be overlaid on those underlying tenants, where it's always connected, secure and manageable, you can actually then overlay the services. So sure, the investment decisions are made multiple years ahead of time, so having early visibility on where spectrum is going, where policies are being and decisions are being made is very important to us, because we have to work with both our customers as well as our technology service and carrier partners in order to deliver those solutions.
Okay. Neville, in economics we tend to think about supply and demand, and then price is what clears the market. If you thought, for example, of what global demand for diamonds would be if they were free, you'd discover there was a really big diamond shortage. It happens that there isn't, because diamonds just become pretty expensive and people buy just as many as they want given the price. Could you discuss for us how you think the spectrum crunch would manifest itself, could manifest itself in terms of prices? If we free up spectrum, does that bring prices down or just keep them the same? If we don't, does that mean prices skyrocket? What effect would that have on the economy? Because at the end of the day, people are only going to use as much spectrum as they can afford. It's a limited resource. It will need to have some price attached to it.
I think it's somewhat tough to predict depending on what the supply curve looks like. The demand curve is clearly there. Spectrum today in the US demands massive premiums compared to many other parts of the world. There's no doubt. Orders of magnitude at times and if I reference back, the German auction and certain spectrum, the rates that was auctioned off at compared to valuations in the US marketplace, you could be 2 orders of magnitude apart. So the US marketplace has, there are very finite spectrum resources available and in use today. There are very finite resources available over the coming years. As I mentioned earlier, we applaud the FCC's work to bring more of that spectrum to market. But until there's more, concrete plans and understanding of when and where that spectrum will come to market and how it can be realized, I think, pricing is going to be based on high demand and very limited supply. So in the near term, you would not necessarily see a big shift in, the valuation around spectrum. I think ultimately, every consumer is going to want to have access to the mobile internet. And back to Liam's point, whatever device they're connecting on, they don't care, but they want the services and capabilities, and they'll want those wherever they are in the US. And at some point in time, the premium that's paid for spectrum in the US marketplace today has to level if that ambition is going to be realized across the US population.
And Simon wanted to continue with that price question. For the society, we want to free up spectrum for innovation, for the role that mobile broadband plays in the economy. For the federal government, one of our motivations, above and beyond that, is that it can be a source of revenue for us. And that's something in these tight budgetary times when we have commitments like an interoperable mobile public safety broadband network, we're going to need to pay for that network, and we're going to need to find a way to pay for that network. And spectrum auctions are something that can help us do that. I think the last auction was something like $1.28 per megahertz pop. If we look forward over the next 5 years, over the next decade, what do you see happening to the types of spectrum prices that we get at auction, knowing there are probably different people on this panel that would prefer that number to be higher or lower, depending on whether we work for the federal government or T-Mobile? Well,
forecasting spectrum values is a little bit of a dark art. You don't really have that many transactions to sort of get a good sort of current estimate of spot market values. But I think everything that we've talked about today suggests that demand, whatever people were projecting 2 years ago when they were looking at some of the auctions at that point, demand is probably way in excess because of some of the devices that have really emerged so fast. So I think the value, the need for this spectrum has been enhanced significantly over the last couple of years by the emergence of the demand side that we've been talking about. Obviously, part of the visibility is, are we going to release 300 megahertz over the next 5 years, or are we going to release 50 megahertz? And where exactly is that 50 megahertz? And then it's who's allowed to bid in the auction. And is it a 20 megahertz block or is it 5 megahertz block? There are some carriers who have specific needs in specific markets. Mm-hmm. So part of the phenomenon that we've seen is that these devices have been adopted on the coasts, and that's where we've first seen the demand. And this is in dense urban areas, the demand for spectrum is much greater than it might be in some of the rural areas here. So we I think can see a lot of reasons why the prices should be higher depending on how much bandwidth comes through, but that is also a function of auction design and how the who bids on what spectrum, and also the rules around, use it or lose it. I think that's one of the important characteristics we've seen, I guess, with the MSS sort of conditions around some of that spectrum, is that if the spectrum is being bought not to be warehoused but instead to be put directly into use, that may be important as well.
But you won't give us one number.
I won't.
Could I just add a comment, Jason,
Sure.
real quick? I mean, I think the number you referenced was the $1.28 was much lower banded spectrum, and I think I mentioned in my comments, all spectrum's not created equal.
Right.
So the higher banded spectrum, the lesser the value because of the greater and tougher economics to deploy and make it effective. And so depending on that 300 megahertz and where it sits and where it ends up, and the bands that become available and when, lower banded spectrum is a more even finite resource in the U.S. marketplace than the broader swaths of spectrum. And that's a key area of focus for many folks, is to secure and see more lower banded spectrum, which is then very effective to drive greater coverage, to address rural needs in America, et cetera. So that area and banding of spectrum is very important, but a very finite and scarce resource, more so than much other spectrum today in the U.S.
Okay, great. So now I'm going to turn to your questions. I only have a few, so I would encourage people to send up more questions. The first one is one that I probably should have asked on my own, which is we're obviously enormously, as a country, focused on the issue of jobs right now, creating jobs. That's an issue that's going to be with us, I suspect, for more than just the very near future. And what can you say about how freeing up spectrum would actually result in job creation? And is the job creation at the businesses of the folks here on the panel, or should I be thinking more about indirect job creation that it's going to free up? Or is this going to do all sorts of great things for us, but it's not going to, at the end of the day, really create any new jobs? So you're welcome to start us, Peggy.
Yeah, so certainly one of the areas just over the past few years that's really exploded is the application development area. And there's a business model around that. As app developers, apps get adopted, they get paid, they circle back around and they make more apps, and it's a great virtuous cycle, and it started here. And I think that's definitely an area that the U.S. leads in now. How many apps have already been downloaded in total, and it's just nonlinear. And so certainly that is an area where we can lead in job creation, is in the application development.
I think the mobility, or the mobile internet, I think is a great innovative environment. And when you look at where people work, they don't necessarily have to go to work or to a location today compared to a number of years ago, as long as they're on the grid somewhere. I've got employees that, as long as they're on the grid, I really don't mind where they are. They can be very productive. You have that flexibility. I think, as Peggy said, app development is one area of innovation. When you look at the small businesses and the millions of opportunities in the small business sector, I think has tremendous opportunity with that mobile connectivity and being on the grid and being connected. And I think when you see devices today and the features and the functions that can be done on a multitude of different devices, it really increases the productivity, whether it's in vertical applications like insurance, medical, and so on and so forth. It really allows people to be very creative, and it really opens up a lot of innovation and creativity in the small and medium business sector as well.
Okay. The next question, not clear who it's for, asks if you foresee commercial operators and federal government operators, both civil and defense, sitting down and planning how best to meet U.S. spectrum needs, discussing how to share it, and finding a way to overcome what this questioner sees as the current adversarial environment on these issues.
I'll take that. Absolutely, I believe that's an area of opportunity. Obviously, the federal government itself sits in huge swaths of spectrum across the U.S. today. I think to resolve this demand curve, we've talked about this demand cycle that we're into, it's critical that we find new ways of sharing spectrum resources which are so finite and scarce. I think technology absolutely can help in that arena and drive greater confidence in terms of sharing of resources. But I think there are clearly models that need to be explored. As you look at most commercial operators today, they have a base layer of operation. Most of the new spectrum requirements is for capacity and growth. And I think the models that need to emerge whereby, be it geographic, exclusion areas, or may it be time of day sharing opportunities, temporal. There's a whole rich, I believe, host of opportunities that need to be explored more aggressively to share what's a very scarce resource. I do believe in the near term, clean and new spectrum needs to come to the marketplace. But if you look at the next layer and rounds of spectrum need and demand, we are going to have to find ways to free up more spectrum that's talked about today. And I think we're going to have to come up with new policy models and new sharing models to achieve that.
One of the things we're working on is right now spectrum that we utilize for cellular is paired, and it leaves some unpaired bands not able to be used. And so we're working on something called supplemental downlink, because generally there's just a small amount of bits that go up to ask for the video, but then when the video comes down, it takes the whole pipe. So you can take another unpaired piece of spectrum and bond it with the downlink that already exists and actually create, in effect, almost doubling the capacity of what's available.
Mm-hmm. A late-breaking question. Given that video is the biggest driver of spectrum demand, do you see the one-to-many architecture of mobile DTV from broadcasters as a useful part of spectrum demand management? And maybe, Simon, you might start with how you actually see the future of mobile DTV, and then others can talk about
and I will certainly talk about Qualcomm and MediaFlow and some of these other applications. I think it has been explored as an interesting opportunity, but I think the public adoption has been somewhat disappointing, and it is a function to some extent of integration into devices, but it's also an issue of content availability as well. And we're exploring the economy. We're looking at these over-the-top video models, whether it's Netflix or whether it's Apple TV or some of these other things. But I think watching an NFL game on your phone, be it from Verizon or be it something through one of these broadcast spectrum models, is still not a perfect experience. But we're certainly seeing people start to consume video, and I do think that the tablet model is really is sort of tailor-made for video consumption. Some of the success Netflix reported last night, we're certainly seeing a very strong growth in that environment right now. So to date, I think the experiences with broadcast have been somewhat disappointing. I think there's many reasons for that, and it's certainly a technology that may be possible, but it feels like the way that video is going is people want their personal piece of video consumption at the time that they want it. And if you talk to any teenager today, they're not going to sit waiting until 8 o'clock on Thursday night to watch Lost. Or Glee, they want to watch it now on whatever device they want to watch it on. So that broadcast model is changing very fast.
Mm-hmm. And I would just add that there has definitely been some disappointment on is linear TV to a handset the right recipe, but I think broadcast absolutely is something that is required as videos become more and more attractive on devices with big screens like this. And so the element of broadcast in the delivery of our multimedia entertainment is going to be very important going forward, and something that we need to work into the devices and make a part of all of these bigger screen things that we'll be carrying around.
If I could just add another dimension to the video story, I mean, I think traditional media consumption, I think broadcast can have a role. I think probably one of the most interesting growth areas is different forms of video now. So the uploading of youth taking video, right, sharing video, the YouTube phenomena, video sharing, video calling, huge growth areas in the mobile space, and probably some of the more compelling areas of growth in contrast to consuming traditional media as we may see it or perceive it on a mobile device. I do think the form factor and the tablets will have a significant impact on viewing experience and willingness to digest traditional media, but probably the most exciting area of growth that we are seeing in the mobile domain, driving kind of that terabyte of data a month on a superphone, is non-traditional video media. It's stuff that folks want to upload and share and digest from different mediums that have emerged with the internet, such as YouTube.
Okay. Well, we have 5 minutes left. I was handed one index card, but I didn't see any question marks on it, so I'm going to skip it and go to my own question. And I'm going to cheat here. The second panel is on policy solutions. I'm unfortunately not going to be able to make it. Hopefully someone will give me a summary. But maybe we could do a teaser, and we could start with you, Neville, and just go in reverse order, 1 minute each, with what you think are the most important things we can do in policy, and try to be a little bit more specific than just free up more spectrum. I think we made a very good case for the importance of that, the bad things that will happen if we don't do it, the really important consequences for the economy if we do it. What do we need to do, but more importantly, how do we need to do it?
Yeah, I'm not the policy expert, Jason, but yes, we need more spectrum, and any means to secure that would be great. I think the broadband plan, is a huge step, in the right direction from a policy perspective. It's driving the dialogue. I think it's a start. We have to turn a plan like that into reality quickly. I think policy that can support a realization of that plan in the U.S. marketplace in a timely fashion is key. I think that we need to evaluate the areas of freeing up other spectrum that's in federal agencies' hands today, policy that can support that and enable that broadband plan vision to be realized is both necessary, it needs to happen urgently, and it will be key to the success of the overall vision of the plan.
Great. Leo?
Yes, additional spectrum is good, is necessary, and we need it. I think one of the things I would like to see is frequent forums like this, enhanced engagement with industry across all segments of the industry, and clarity around spectrum that's going to be released and area visibility into that. And I think we need to be more aggressive in freeing up the spectrum. But I also think working with the industry and different industry alliances is very important, because it allows that two-way communications. It allows the industry to understand where the policy decisions are going and being made and anticipate, but it also allows the industry to provide feedback and interaction back into the Commission as well. And I think that's a very important aspect to have that drumbeat of continuity and engagement between both the Commission as well as the industry.
I suspect we won't have much opposition to that suggestion. Peggy?
I would say one word, licensed. Licensed spectrum is the only way that I think we can free up enough spectrum in this constrained environment to deliver the data we need in the most efficient and the safest manner. Licensed spectrum.
I can remember that.
Yeah.
Simon, why don't
I'll
you
just finish
close
up
us
by
out?
just I think the broadcast initiative, the word we're hearing a lot today is incentives and incentivizing, and I think that's something we can use elsewhere. I think if we can make it easier for people who have spectrum but maybe aren't using it to transfer it or to lease it in some way, and really ensure that the spectrum that is out there, whether it's owned by existing wireless companies, whether it's owned by government or other agencies, that there is some ability to get it into use, and if that requires incentives, as with the broadcasters, so be it.
Well, I wanted to thank all of our panelists, thank the FCC for organizing this, and hope it is the first of many such discussions that both motivate the need for doing this and also, as it moves into the afternoon, and we just had a preview, become more tangible about what exactly we can do. I think it's going to be a busy time for us on this issue legislatively next year, a busy time for us administratively, both at the FCC and within the federal government in terms of how we use our spectrum. So glad to be able to have this discussion today. So thank you.
Handsome and talented Anish Chopra, who is Chief Technology Officer at the White House and Assistant to the President for a lot of important things to us. So welcome to the FCC.
Thank you for having me.
More than pleased to have you here. And we will all benefit from your knowledge here today.
Well, I hope.
Yes, so, and welcome to many friends in the audience I see, particularly those from the Hill. Thanks for making the time to come today. I know that we have some other conflicts, of which we are sorry that we're running against, but are grateful for your time here. So, we are going to talk about spectrum. Mm-hmm. The first thing I want to say is thank you, because I think that the President's executive memorandum was such an important piece to get done, and I just thank everyone that was involved in it. I think it was really terrific. So why don't we talk a little bit about the administration's emphasis on getting more spectrum and broadband adding value to the economy?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd love to start there. Thank you for the question. I want to set the stage for just a minute so that we can get into this conversation knowing where the President came to this issue. And I want to say thank you to Jason, who was here earlier, who might have said some of this, so forgive me if it's a repeat. When I was asked to take on this job, the President said basically, we want to take advantage of technology, data, and innovation to advance both our economic agenda and to empower the lives of everyday Americans. We put that framework on paper in September of 2009 when the President released his strategy for American innovation. And that strategy is what led us to have the executive memorandum and follow on to the broadband plan, because it outlines the role of government in spurring an innovation economy. We highlighted three key elements. The first, that America is at its best when we invest in the building blocks of innovation. And in that category, we put research and development, human capital, and yes, an intelligent infrastructure with particular emphasis on broadband, and as the President has said numerous times, mobile broadband as a key enabling infrastructure of the country. So that's the starting point for the conversation. Why did we have a conversation about spectrum and the executive memorandum? Partly we say thank you to the FCC for the National Broadband Plan, but it's also because it was acknowledged by the President in the fall as being an important foundation for the overall innovation strategy.
Well, I have been particularly interested in wireless for many years. My previous tenure at the Department of Commerce and now here at the FCC. It's hard. Spectrum, getting spectrum, working with the Department of Defense on efficiencies, working with the Department of Energy on efficiencies. Those are difficult. I'm now working with the broadcasters. Their mission is very important as well. So I think we have challenges ahead. But I think it's clear, I think everyone agrees that in the next 10 years, everyone's going to access the internet through mobile. So I think our jobs are important, and I think it's important to get it right and to get it done. I guess
I share that view.
Let's talk about, you're kind of an expert in health technology. Let's talk about where some of these exciting new innovations are going to take us in the healthcare.
Well, let me, if I may start with the healthcare IT space. First, I want to applaud the FCC generally. The collaboration with the FDA and the event that was held in the summer to describe the opportunities for collaboration I thought was very well done. The backdrop of this is very important. The health reform debate, while it didn't get as much attention, included some pretty significant structural reforms to the healthcare system. Chief among them was an incentive scheme that promotes more wellness and prevention, less the traditional model of caring for you when you're sick. And you saw that in the legislation in the form of these programs, these payment reform programs that effectively created the market conditions to reward wireless or frankly any connected technologies to help people stay healthier. So we've had innovations in health IT for years. You've demonstrated them here at the FCC. We visited them in communities, but they don't come to scale because the healthcare system, the delivery system today, does not actually incentivize the adoption of these capabilities because there's a cost and there's very little reimbursement model or payment system that would allow you to achieve them. Well, what this policy reform has done, and this is probably the biggest thing that we've done in healthcare IT, is it's created the market conditions now where if you were to say, for example, the Veterans Administration, where they're a contained unit and they have the payment incentives right, they're willing to make $1,000 plus investment in telecommunications and mobile health as an investment against the risk of someone coming back to the hospital after having been discharged. So they've seen a 19% reduction in readmission rates, which has a payback to the Veterans Administration. In today's general healthcare system, there's no economic payback. So if I had one policy news about why we think health IT will be liberated, I think these experimental payment reform programs will unearth a market condition to scale. And what that will mean is new products and services, and some of the existing ones that have been great but sitting on the sidelines can now enter the mainstream.
And the virtuous cycle. I think earlier Dell was on the panel and showed this streak, the Qualcomm streak, which is terrific. It does the virtuous cycle that will enable more innovation in this space. Which actually is maybe let's take this conversation to the American competitiveness and how important mobile is really to American competitiveness. I think the United States has been really a leader, but we are kind of at risk at sort of losing our leadership if, to my mind, if we don't set the environment right for mobile innovation.
No, without any hesitation, this mobile broadband revolution that we're in the midst of has to be commercialized, invented, and deployed at scale in the United States because the opportunities are so tremendous around the world that failure to accomplish this goal actually puts us at a significant disadvantage over the 5 to 10 year economic horizon. You know, it's very hard. I'm not Larry Summers. I don't serve as the economist in the administration, but I have the pleasure of collaborating with him on a number of issues. But if you look at the economic growth of the American over the last 50 years, the role that technology has played in spurring productivity gains in the economy has been absolutely clear. There's not a lot of economic debate about the role. The question now is, will the mobility play lead to a new wave? And my humble opinion, if I may be so bold, the combination of cloud computing infrastructure and mobility, A plus B, I believe actually will have an opportunity to see a new wave of productivity and new product development and economic growth. But you can't have one without the other. So, you know, having the ability to interface with computing infrastructure, we think will be the secret sauce of this moving forward. And that's why we're so aggressive in our strategy, both on the cloud computing front and on the areas of promoting mobility.
Well said.
Well, thank you.
I think
well asked.
I look at the United States. We're at like 330 million people here. You look at China and India.
Yes.
You know, you've got almost 2.5 billion there. I think what we need to continue to specialize in is being leaders in the standard setting forum. One of the reasons I'm really thrilled that we're moving forward in white spaces is because we have to set it first so that we can lead. So I think that that's a really important part, and I think that global harmonization is also going to be very important in the spectrum world. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I'm pleased that we seem to be moving in the right direction there. I think that one of the things that you are doing in your job, which is fascinating and also very important, is the government drives. The government's the biggest consumer of a lot of IT services. And a lot of the decisions that we make in the government help deploy new things. How did you get to IPv6 from IPv4? Because the government started investing in it. What other sorts of kind of uses, innovative uses of mobile broadband do you see in the government?
Well, thank you for that question. Actually, this is an area of great policy interest and I think an area ripe for innovation. So just to take a step back, the size of the IT investment in the federal government is roughly $80+ billion. $80+ billion. Now, my colleague, not me, the Chief Information Officer serving at OMB has had responsibility to make sure that we are effectively and efficiently using that technology. But I've collaborated with him on how do we introduce new and emerging technologies that will help us achieve our mission objectives, but with ways our traditional RFP process may not be as effective at adopting. The single biggest policy lever I believe we've introduced in this regard was as part of the President's Open Government Initiative. You may have seen our prizes, challenges, and competition policy. And for those of you who follow kind of OMB guidance memos, we issued in March of 2010, forgive me, a memo on encouraging the use of prizes, competition, and prizes to spur these kinds of breakthroughs. Why? Because the probability that our RFP process that we're writing today for some 5-year, multi-$100 million system will truly understand what the world's going to look like when this thing is actually procured and deployed may not be the perfect right answer. So who was one of the first to sign on? The Veterans Administration. So the Veterans Administration took some of their existing resources that the administration has put through their budget, but $80 million. And what they said was they're going to launch the VA Innovation Initiative. And they laid 6 key policy priorities on the table. 4 of them, healthcare IT. All of them enabled by wireless technology. Now, they didn't explicitly say only wireless may apply, but what they basically said is we're going to dramatically simplify the procurement, right? Easy to apply. Startups in the wireless space who never thought that they would apply for a government contract because they didn't know a lobbyist or they didn't have an expertise in GSA schedules, they were invited to play. And we launched the Innovation Initiative in June. Over 200 companies applied by August 31st. And we will hopefully roll out literally in the next, hopefully, weeks. I can never tell procurement cycles, but definitely in the next month, the first wave of success stories. I will guarantee you that wireless technologies will be featured prominently, not because we forced the issue, but because it was natural. The market felt that these were the most strategic ways to achieve the mission objectives of the VA. We could go down the list in healthcare and energy, and I could go on for hours. But all of these areas, education, healthcare, and energy, frankly, the entire national purposes section of the National Broadband Plan is under the regime of these prizes, challenges, and competition opportunities. And from simple apps contests to much more strategic X prizes and other tools, we're trying to make it as extraordinarily simple as possible for the entrepreneurs out there in this mobile broadband revolution to feel as if they can engage the government as first user without a lot of complexity and bureaucracy. That's absolutely my priority. It's the commitment I made to the President, and we do it in collaboration with my colleague, the CIO.
Terrific. Let's talk about jobs. Obviously something on everybody's mind these days.
Yes.
How do you think mobile broadband is really going to help us create more jobs? How do you think it's going to kind of add to our economy? And sort of what do you see because of the wireless revolution changing?
If we think about the job story, we think of it in 3 rings. The first ring is an obvious ring, and that is, as all of your studies indicate, we're in a massive capital deployment phase to build out LTE. And the great news about that, and further work on WiMAX, the capital deployments for 4G actually translates to real jobs for folks now. They're engaged in the entire supply chain because when you're putting billions of dollars of capital in, you're inevitably, the supply chain and the implementation side, all of that is direct job benefit. But that's not the real economic story. The real economic story then becomes part 2, the second ring, all of the enabling applications that we think that could be competitive. It wasn't that long ago that Zynga didn't exist as a company, and yet what is the market value imputed today because of their relationship on the Facebook platform? I don't want to presume, and I don't want to make any comments about market values, but just as an example, you're going to see the same effect on the mobile space. All of these open mobile platforms, the app stores that we're seeing, they're creating a market where companies that did not exist months ago, let alone years ago, are going to now build products and services that we never knew we wanted or needed, but are increasingly becoming a critical aspect of our lives. And that's the second ring, what I would call the entrepreneurial ecosystem to build out on the platform. But the third ring, the ring that I think has effect for Main Street America, is the impact on the usage of mobile broadband. What does location-based advertising mean to the local mom and pop pizzeria on Main Street, rural Virginia. The fact that they can engage in this new tool as a user. I visited with Governor Kane when I was in the cabinet in Virginia, the eastern shore of Virginia. Now, this is before mobile broadband, but this was still internet. We met the local folks from bed and breakfasts, and they would tell us, even though they didn't have broadband on the eastern shore, they did have a presence on a lot of these sites, and that 60, 70, 80% of their bookings today are through an e-commerce channel. And the point is, Main Street America, as a user of this infrastructure and these apps that are going to be created, will see increased revenue growth and productivity improvement. And that story in the economy, I think, will dwarf the first two, as big as the first two are. Hopefully.
Fabulous. Okay, I'm going to get personal. Ready?
Yeah, okay.
As a technologist, what are the most exciting things you see in the mobile world? How many mobile phones do you carry? And what's your favorite app?
So, good questions. I would still say simplicity of design would mean that texting in the mobile context remains the unbelievable culture-changing phenomenon. My wife is younger than me, and her kids, her siblings are younger than her. And just within a 10-year, 15-year age gap, the share of phone minutes to text minutes in just our own family indicates that, and that's just a unit of one, my family, but the data bears it out, kids are texting at a much faster rate than speaking by phone. So I would still say that texting, as simplistic as it is an unbelievable innovation. I would, on a personal level, I carry the iPhone, the iPad, and my BlackBerry. BlackBerry is the White House. It's secure. It's kind of formal. The iPad is where I've completely changed my life in terms of my note-taking and my ability to access information. And then my iPhone has been my device to remain connected. It has changed my life because these jobs, as you know, aren't the best for what they would call family-friendly policy. So we don't get as much time at the home front. So my wife will take a quick video of my 4-year-old doing a dance practice and upload it and allow me to see what she's doing. Even if I can't physically be there, I could at least enjoy and share in the experience. I wouldn't change that for the world. But the killer app for me, it's football season. Having my fantasy football app allows me to not destroy my Sundays with my family, but still engage and make changes in order to get my teams to be successful. So I want to thank those in the sports ecosystem that allowed me to do my fantasy football draft while having dinner with my family and kind of getting a little bit of drafting on the side. So that perhaps she's watching on C-SPAN. I'm sorry if I double timed it. Yes.
It's good. It's important. I have 4 stepdaughters. They're teenagers, and you should see what they do. So I do feel like the texting, they're texting with their friends.
Not while driving, I hope.
No. While sitting on the sofa watching a movie on their computer, and probably has an MTV or something like that on the television screen, which is actually one of my points, so that when your children reach this age, that you can help parents parent better. I think one of our important issues we have going on here is trying to raise awareness of the tools that are out there to protect children and to allow parents to parent their children the way that they best choose.
Well, in all seriousness, this is an area the President has been very active in. You'll see more activity in this in the near future. But Secretary Arne Duncan, at the President's request, has convened a number of folks around bullying, and obviously the unfortunate stories that have been in the news lately around cyberbullying are all part and parcel of the work we're trying to do. How do we, in a collaborative manner, engaging all folks in the ecosystem, think through this issue in a way that gives parents the tools they need, family and friends the tools that they need, so that we have a better online experience? It's part of what we saw in the broadband plan about making sure that we have greater literacy online about how we engage these tools. And that was sort of a more serious take on your point, but I think it's
it's true. I told Jackie Baker, I'm like, no, we're not going to go to an R-rated movie, and I'll flip her computer around and she's watching like Sweeney Todd. Wait till you're your teenagers, really.
Oh no, I'm nervous.
It's good. So we have these incredibly growing mobile networks with, 40% of mobile phones are smartphones now. They think that by, 60% of those are going to be watching video. For the large part, YouTube and Netflix now is 20% of the internet peak traffic. So we are going to have to be a lot more clever as to how we kind of manage and how we innovate. I sort of see new infrastructures that are going to be built are very critical. How do you make wireless faster? Well, you put it onto a wire. So we're going to continue to try and incentivize, more building kind of in every part of this ecosystem, I think. Picocells, self-forming networks, in-building kind of networks. I think we're just at the very beginning part of this innovation, which I see very exciting from both the application side, but also from the infrastructure side. I think really what we're doing in the spectrum work is the key to the next 10 years of American competitiveness. But I do see countries like Japan and Germany allocating these great big spectrum blocks. I guess my question to you is, how do you think we can work together to have all of our government, both the federal side and the non-federal side, come up with the 500 megahertz of spectrum we need?
Well, I want to first acknowledge that, unfortunately, at the exact same time of our session, our brother-in-arms, Larry Strickling, is actually speaking to this very issue across town. So I don't want to take away from his message points on this issue. But as you knew from the President's executive memorandum that you referenced earlier, we did have a strategy that would be unfolded this month that would outline what the next 10 years will look like, how the government and the private sector with the FCC's role and lead role to drive this process forward. So we have very specific and tactical ideas that will come out of the process that Larry is unveiling in the not too distant future. But I would also say this, and this is just to be clarifying my personal passion and commitment to this. The point you're raising about the need for innovation, we are absolutely committed to the role that research and development will play. So for those of you who are following this particular aspect, I want to highlight a couple of key points. Number one, in the President's memorandum, it explicitly called for a new strategy for collaborative R&D activities. So one of the responsibilities that I have is to coordinate the Networking and Information Technologies R&D program. It's kind of this not very well-known portfolio. It's over $4 billion in the current fiscal budget. And the question is, how do we take a look at the dollars we're already spending to ensure that we can put them to their highest and best use, much like the discussion about the voluntary incentive auctions. How might we do a better job in the government? We can't presume that the $4 billion we're spending today is on the right set of issues. So the President's asked us to take a strategic look. He's also asked his expert advisors, the PCAST, the President's Council of Advisors for Science and Technology, which is actually a congressionally mandated study, but the President directed them, take a look at this NITRD program and report back. And I'm very confident in the next couple of weeks, if not months, the President's Advisory Council for Science and Technology will report out explicitly how we should rethink our networking and information technology R&D program, and I would be shocked if wireless wasn't a component of this discussion. So we're committed to this, not just in hallelujah world for wishing the private sector well to make it happen, but we're trying to make sure that we bring the right assets, the appropriate role of government, investing in pre-competitive R&D, and to engage on issues like standards and other topics where appropriate, government as user, so that we can actually work in concert to deliver the value we also aspire to achieve.
And you have. I actually spoke at the National Science Foundation where they're trying to put together sort of the research on cognitive radio and see if the synergy between the commercial and the governmental sector can actually bring this to a reality, dynamic spectrum access, in a nearer term process as opposed to a longer term. So it's working. Hopefully we'll see some ramifications of that. But you did say, this is one of my favorite topics too, is you did talk about R&D. I'm worried that some of our historical places that have just done basic research in the United States really don't exist anymore, and that we're doing more applied research. Tell me what your thoughts are on that topic.
So the President asked this group, this Council of Advisors of Science and Technology, to try to get at this very issue. The role that Bell Labs used to play to convene folks in the wireless space and years ago and all the rest. Those convening venues seem to have lost when we've lost some of our assets in these areas. So what we did was, and it's all on the web, as open government directs us to do, under the leadership of Shirley Jackson and Eric Schmidt, we convened kind of the hot young guns, the MIT top 35 and under research crowd, the folks who are trying to invent what the next 10 years will look like. And it included a number of wireless experts. And we brought them in for a 3-hour session. Help us understand what the world's going to look like what we're doing that's going to get in the way, and what we can do to encourage or accelerate the adoption. And that process is folding into a whole series of policy recommendations to help us grapple with what is the right role of government. Obviously, we've had a commitment to basic science and research and development. We've got to relook at some of the things that we're doing around the technology investments in this space. I mentioned that with NITRD. But we also have to think anew about public-private academic collaborations and models that work and areas where we could see win-win-win-win-wins, if you will. And I'm very excited about the opportunities. Sitting down with the seat, part of the advantages, I think, of taking the role the president has asked of me is that I've had the chance to connect with almost the entirety of the supply chain in the telecom space, to meet with not just their government affairs people, with all due respect, I'm thankful you all are here, but actually the CTOs, the chief technology officers at the respective firms. What's fascinating, and I have these conversations, just as one parenthetical, they're scared to death because they're like, wait a minute, we don't normally talk to government people. We got to have the government affairs guys in the room too. We don't want to say anything wrong. But once you get past the awkwardness, they're like, wait a minute, there's a lot we could collaborate in. There are areas that we could love to see public-private partnerships. And so I have a number of these that we're going to be rolling out in the not-too-distant future, and I'm just extraordinarily bullish on the prospects of getting the balance right. Basic research and development, the convening role of government to engage in this sort of commercialization endeavor, thinking through government as first user, engaging on the right policy conditions to get it right. We, like conductors in an orchestra, have to move all of these pieces to achieve the objective, and we're committed to making that happen. With your help.
That's terrific. And I think public-private partnerships are certainly beneficial for everyone. So you and I think similarly in that I think you need a combination of short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals. Tell me some of the wins that you've had so far in the short term, and sort of what you think are the most important long-term goals you have.
So I'll share two quick anecdotes just to give you a sense for, I think in the same spirit. To think that in technology we're going to be successful measured by budget cycles or legislative process, I don't have the patience for it, and the president would be disappointed if that's all I provided for him. So we have to think of ways we can deliver value I think in 90-day increments. So just to give you two quick examples, in February of 2010, we had the opportunity to celebrate a public-private partnership at no cost to the American taxpayer for something so simple. It was called Text for Baby. And the notion was, as we were grappling with the policy debate on healthcare reform, we knew that in this country we have way too many women who suffer from both high rates of infant mortality, unfortunately maternal mortality, and preterm birth rates that lead to intensive care units and so forth. And that if there was a way we could improve education to pregnant women, we might do a better job of making sure they get the preventive services that they need. So Text for Baby was so ridiculously simple. You text 511-411, your due date, and the word baby or bebe in Spanish, and all the carriers stepped up and said, we're Americans too, we'll waive all our text message fees, which they did, and I want to thank the carriers. And all these stakeholders, charities, government entities, 200 plus of them said, we'll deploy this. Over 75, actually no, as of this morning, over 90,000 women since February have signed on for this service. And I know, because I talked to doctors in Virginia, I'm a Virginian, doctors say, Anish, I can tell you this is working because women are coming into the clinic, and when our staff asks, why are you here? I got a text saying I got to come in for a prenatal care visit. So, little things can have an impact. And in the same spirit, the president in August spoke to our military veterans. And it was a speech where he announced the end of our combat mission in Iraq. It was kind of a big speech. But in that speech, he also said to the military, he said, for the veterans population particularly, you also need to have access to your healthcare data. So he said, this fall, I'm going to give you a little blue button that when you press it will allow you to download your healthcare data from a system we call My Healthy Vet and do with it what you want. Email it, text it, dance with it, I don't care, print it, whatever. It's your data, have it. And the president said, look, I'll get it to you in the fall. The VA heard the message, said, yes, sir, boss. They turned on the system mid-September, no fanfare, no big press release, no big whatever. By October 7th, when we officially unveiled this, 75,000 veterans had already downloaded their healthcare data. And the private sector, not to be outdone, said, wait a minute, there should be a commercial competitive market on blue button readers. What do you do when you download your data? Maybe you want to upload it into service that's better. And so the Markle Foundation said, we're going to give a $2,500 prize and lunch with Clay Shirky, the author, to the coolest entrepreneur out there, company big or small, to build a blue button reader. And in less than a month, 18 companies engaged, 4 were finalists, and this team from Adobe came in first place, and they built this gorgeous visualization to take this kind of generic ASCII text file and bringing it to life. This is the kind of spirit of entrepreneurship, innovation, ecosystem nurturing that is at the hallmark, I think, of our president's vision for technology in the economy, and why I'm hoping to kind of drive these shorter-term wins in mobile, in communications writ large, because I think they have a difference, make a difference in the lives of everyday people.
Mm-hmm. And they do. And they do. How about your, let's go back to the long-term, the biggest long-term, your most important long-term goal you see?
Well, by far, we've talked about this journey on Spectrum as a 10-year journey. This is by far one of the most important economic investments, and since it's a technology domain, I have a lot of equity on the issue, and so I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to serve the president well to execute, so we got to work together. And that, I think, is going to be the foundational piece. If I make one slightly revised comment to just that as an economic asset, the president's first homework assignment to my position before I was named, it was the first full day he was in office, was to establish a culture in the government for openness. And he directed the Office of the CTO to put recommendations in place to get the government culture to think much more collaborative. That is a long-term culture change mission, and we're making steps along the way to move that forward, but more can be done still. So if I were to think of the two longer term, and I would add a third being the R&D agenda, but if we get the spectrum infrastructure right, we get the R&D investment posture right, and we have the culture change around openness to engage more, I think those three long-term will have impact for far beyond what might be expected from just measuring the budget size or legislation page length or something to that effect in technology.
Mm-hmm. It's so true. I think, you know, the broadband infrastructure is now critical infrastructure. It's going to enable everything. It's going to drive better healthcare, better education, more jobs. So I think, and obviously it's more and more mobile. So I wholeheartedly agree with you, and we are so excited to be able to work with such a true pro like you, and to have such a great team to be working on this. So I think we're over at 1. So
that's us. One final thought, if I may, just because of all we've had a lot of happy on the discussion here. It is important to note, and I would be remiss if I didn't suggest this. We are also very mindful of and working aggressively on the issue of cybersecurity. And I think the president in May of last year said it best, which he said the next wave of economic growth on the internet, be it mobile or wired, will be at in the addition of or with the complementarity nature of our work in cybersecurity. So in order to unlock markets like healthcare, smart grid, and others, unless the networks are providing the kind of reliability and security that's necessary, it's going to be hard to bring some of those aspects of the economy onto the grid, if you will. And so that's why, just to keep us on the right path, ensuring that we have the right cybersecurity posture in this domain will be mission critical, and I look forward to continuing that work with our
No
cyber
doubt about
program.
it. The one piece that could overturn the rest of the puzzle. So we are glad that you are working with us. We're thrilled with our agenda, and I think it's going to work out for the betterment of the American people and consumers and the next generation of competitiveness. So
thank you all for listening
thanks.
to this chat. Good job.
Yay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So some hecklers there. They applauded right off the bat. This is the caffeine section of the session. Did everyone get their coffee? You know, this is when you go to the lunch coma, and you know. So we're gonna talk a little spectrum policy here. So thank you for having me. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the FCC. And we have a wonderful panel here coming up, and I will be introducing our moderator, who will be introducing that panel here in just a few minutes. And they've given me 2 microphones, so I guess you can hear me in stereo. Is that right? So extra loud. But I want to thank everyone for participating and helping to educate us on the very important technical and policy issues surrounding America's use of our precious airwaves. While always a subject I enjoy, today's discussion is all the more timely given that my colleagues and I are grappling right now with the steps needed to encourage advanced mobile broadband deployment. We're fortunate to have the opportunity to benefit from the expertise of everyone involved with today's summit. The American wireless marketplace is dynamic and explosive, a world leader in innovation and competition, and it certainly offers one of the brightest rays of growth and opportunity in the U.S. economy. Just listen to some of the newest facts about this exciting sector of our economy. The U.S. leads the world in 4G innovation and investment. 2010 will mark the first year when the total number of mobile broadband connections will exceed the total number of fixed broadband connections. In 2011, smartphone sales will exceed standard feature phones. The smartphone market grew 50% between June 2009 and June 2010. Annual sales of smartphones will exceed those of personal computers in 2012. And we really should stop calling them phones. They basically are our mobile computers. Nearly 400,000 mobile applications made by thousands of entrepreneurs are available to American consumers, with hundreds more becoming available each day. And more than 1.5 billion devices that connect wirelessly to the internet will be shipped globally over the next 5 years. Given this context, I'm pleased that we are starting to do the heavy lifting to undertake the longer-term spectrum planning now. I applaud Chairman Janikowski for bringing us together today. And as always, I stand ready to work with him and all of my colleagues here to begin the process of putting more spectrum into the hands of consumers. There's a lot we can accomplish together. For instance, first, AWS. First of all, I appreciate the hard work that our colleagues at NTIA are undertaking to help us optimize the AWS-3 allocation. Also, their efforts to ensure that this allocation is harmonized internationally will provide economies of scale, carrier competitiveness, and global roaming relationships that help to ensure greater investment opportunities, more robust competition, increased innovation, and lower prices for consumers. I look forward to working on service rules and getting that spectrum into the hands of consumers as quickly as possible. But as an overarching matter, I hope our new rules will stick with the Commission's more recent flexible use policy. Old-style command and control prescriptive rules hamper creative entrepreneurs who are in the best position to understand and satisfy consumer demands. Next, public safety. It is disappointing that America has not made progress on creating a nationwide, interoperable broadband network for use by our first responders since the 700 megahertz auction. But I thank Chairman Janikowski for moving forward to grant the waivers that are permitting 21 jurisdictions across the country to begin building their networks. I look forward to helping craft new rules and policies that will put this spectrum into use. I'm also interested in learning more about interim technical solutions, including off-the-shelf products which have the potential to assist public safety immediately with their critical work. With the 10th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks less than a year away, we should not waste any time. With respect to the broadcast spectrum, As the chairman has indicated, we will initiate 2 proceedings at our November agenda meeting, one relating to broadcast spectrum use, the other on spectral efficiencies for all bands, including the broadcast band. We are at the very beginning of what will likely be a lengthy process. I look forward to digging in and giving these issues the careful and thoughtful consideration that they deserve. Likewise, I look forward to consulting with members of Congress as they consider legislation in this area. As one who was extensively involved with the digital television transition, I'm confident that we are capable of working cooperatively to devise a win-win solution. Also, white spaces. It's no secret that for some time now I have emphasized the importance of concluding this proceeding as soon as possible so that consumers can benefit from the power of this unlicensed spectrum as soon as possible. Although our work is not entirely complete, thanks to Chairman Janikowski's leadership, last month we took another important step. I look forward to coordinating closely with our talented colleagues in the Office of Engineering and Technology on completing our next task, getting the TV band's geolocation databases up and running in a manner that is pragmatic, efficient, and competitively neutral. Certainly it is important that we proceed to this next step as quickly as possible, which will bring greater certainty to the entities that tell us they stand ready to build amazing new technologies for this spectrum band. And on a bigger picture point, as you've heard me talk about several times before, including recently, as the demand for mobile data services increases, providers will need to increase their backhaul capacity, including microwave backhaul, to accommodate the expected exponential increase in traffic. Cisco estimates that mobile broadband traffic will more than double over the next 4 years between now and 2014. Increasing the use of available microwave channels will serve as an additional choice for backhaul services. This, too, is an issue that I've been speaking about for some time now. I appreciate the Commission's expressed commitment to pursue quickly the question of whether we can accommodate licensed rural backhaul in the white spaces. And I'm delighted to have Commissioner Baker's support for this concept, and thank you, Commissioner Baker, wherever you went, for that support. I look forward to receiving the Commission staff report on this terrific win-win idea by the end of the year. Finally, a word on technological advances to improve spectral efficiency. As I mentioned earlier, I'm delighted that we will be initiating a proceeding in this area, as announced by Chairman Janikowski. Here again, this is a matter I've raised on a number of occasions over the years. While we are sorting through the complex issues associated with freeing up more spectrum for the longer term, I look forward to learning more about technologies that will allow wireless providers to take better advantage of the immediate fixes already available in the marketplace. These include more robust deployment of enhanced antenna systems, improved deployment, testing, and rollout of creative technologies where appropriate, such as cognitive radios, and enhanced consideration of and more targeted consumer education on the use of femtocells. Each of these technological options augments capacity and coverage, which is especially important for data and multimedia transmissions. Emphasizing spectral efficiency is crucial in light of the realities that are shaping America's wireless future. In practical terms, even if we could identify 500 megahertz of quality spectrum to reallocate today, the better part of a decade would transpire before we could write proposed auction rules and band plans, analyze public comment, adopt rules, hold an auction, collect the proceeds, clear the bands, and watch carriers build out and then turn on their networks. So, in the meantime, helping innovators create and deploy new technologies to enhance more efficient use of the airwaves has to be a top priority for all of us. So, without further ado, where's Tom Wheeler? He's right there, okay. Let me introduce a man who needs no introduction. Quite literally. He's graciously agreed to moderate this afternoon's panel. As you all know, or may know, Tom is Managing Director of Core Capital Partners, which he joined in 2005 after nearly 3 decades of working in the telecommunications policy arena, leading both NCTA and CTIA at various periods. So he's also, by the way, an author and a Civil War historian of great significance, actually. So please give a warm welcome to Tom Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. One of the things that that Commissioner McDowell did not expose about himself in that is that he also is a Civil War buff, and we occasionally run into each other at various gatherings of people talking about that incredible era. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. It's a privilege to be here, and what a group we've got to discuss, as Commissioner McDowell just laid out, a terribly timely, pressing, non-trivial kind of issue with it, which is regarding the spectrum allocations and the plan for how do we use spectrum both to provide services to consumers and to maintain our national leadership in new and innovative technologies. To do that, we've got a stunning panel here, so why don't I just ask everybody to come up, and we'll kind of introduce them one at a time after they have after they've come up here. Let's go. Let's not be. Come on, Mary. Let's not be. Amy, unfortunately, doesn't have a chair. There's nothing. This is Amy. You know. Start down on the end here. Matthew Hussey is from Senator Olympia Snow's office. He is not only a policy expert but also an engineer, so hopefully he can keep us grounded in some of the realities we've got to deal with in the process. Danny Sepulveda, Danny, good to see you again, from Senator Kerry's office, the chairman of the Telecom Subcommittee in the Senate. If ever there was no introduction needed, it's the next guy, Peter Pitch, who is an institution here, head of planning for the commission, former chief of staff of the commission, now associate general counsel with Intel. Peter, it's good to see you again. Amy from the House of Representatives, Commerce Committee, another alumnus, I was about to say refugee, but alumnus of the FCC. Amy has been intimately involved in telecom policy over the years. John Chapin from MIT, who has been working to push the boundaries in terms of some of the new opportunities that are available. Mary Brown from Cisco. Mary, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming, and I'm going to give you a tip that I'm going to lead with you in a minute, okay? And last but sincerely not least, Jonathan Blake, one of the most articulate, thoughtful individuals in the bar here in D.C., a man who has for years represented the broadcast industry in many important and essential proceedings. John, it's great to see you. We're going to try and keep this as interactive as possible, and to have and to avoid big presentations. So I'm going to begin by asking everybody to respond in general to one opening question, and then see if maybe that can start some dialogue among the various players here. And that basic construct of the opening question is, how does America address the spectrum crunch? But as I said, I'd like to start with Mary, because one of the great things that Cisco does over the years is to put out a forecast as to what the wireless demand is going to be. And maybe you can kind of sketch the four corners of all of this. And then we'll start down here with our policy friends and work our way this way on the panel. Okay?
Right. So thank you, Tom, and thank you for having me today. So as Tom mentioned, and as you're going to see in the report that the FCC put out today, Cisco does put out an annual review of all kinds of IP data, including mobile broadband data, and has for a couple years now. We do that not just to amuse ourselves, but we have a very business-driven reason to do so. Simply put, we have to put on our planning calendars for our technology equipment that's going to be sized to meet demand that no one really knows whether it's going to be there. So we go around the globe talking to service provider customers, talking to enterprise customers, understanding technology, putting that together with other sources of data that we have to come up with this projection so that we know and we can be confident as we cycle through what's our next generation of routers and switches and other kinds of technology, what are we going to be looking at. And in the report today, you're going to see that Cisco's data is on the high side of the three estimates that the FCC used, and that the FCC then averaged the demand estimates that they were looking at. I want to tell you that no one at Cisco is losing any sleep over the fact that we have overestimated data. If we lose any sleep at night, it's that we've underestimated data. So when I say to you, I think what the FCC's done here is a conservative estimate, I really mean that. I think it's an ultra-conservative estimate of where the gap in our ability to provide spectrum is going to be. Think for a minute about John's slide that he showed us this morning, showing that we start to get into the negative in 2013. I would say that we're probably going to see that more in 2012. So we don't have a lot of time here. And I think one of the issues we should talk about today, that I would like to talk about a little more today, is the urgency of that timeline. As somebody who went through the DTV transition the first time, it was 18 months from the time the first bill was introduced till the President Bush signed the Deficit Reduction Act into law. It was another 3 years before the FCC finished the auction. And we have some new and novel issues this time. And we really need to be thinking about moving this ball forward as quickly as we can as a community, as the FCC, those of us who are interested in the policy world, congressional staff and leadership. Everyone needs to be looking at this.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Matt, why don't we start with you down at the far end, and we'll work through Danny and Peter and Amy and come this direction. But we're interested in your reaction to the issue that Mary has shaped up here.
Well, I think, it's absolutely right. We do need to work to address this. And from my boss's standpoint, she, really feels, and I just need to reiterate this, or emphasize it at least, is that in order to properly address this problem, we have to have a multifaceted solution to address this. That includes some reallocation, but also more importantly, fosters greater technical innovation and also more robust spectrum management and flexibility, because there is no golden egg here to one size fits all solution. It has to be a balanced and harmonized approach to address that. And certainly my boss believes, and I can't speak for Danny's boss, but we have introduced legislation, actually two pieces, and the first priority is a spectrum inventory to get a clear understanding of how the spectrum is currently being used and by whom, and then to follow that up with actual measurements so that we can see how we can foster greater sharing and reuse opportunities to meet the growing demand. And I think that's one thing we also have to be very clear of, is while this is focused on what we can do for wireless broadband, wireless is used, or spectrum is used for a whole host of different radio-based services. Just to give you an example, if you look at the federal strategic spectrum plan, there are about almost 80 federal agencies and departments that use spectrum for about 40 different types of radio-based services. So we have to really look at some non-traditional ways to address this, because if we look at just the reallocation component, it's going to be a zero-sum game. And yeah, there might be some low-hanging fruit, but at some point, we're going to hit the law of diminishing return. We're going to have to balance, have trade-offs between mission-critical versus business-critical. And that's going to be very tough for legislators to address. So that's why we do have to look at other opportunities. It was also touched on a little bit about the backhaul. That's absolutely essential, because if we address the first mile but not the backhaul, then we're not really going to get anywhere, because congestion will occur at that middle mile backhaul component. And also, I think one thing that hasn't really been addressed when we talk about the Internet of Things, we're also going to need more IP addresses. As Assistant Secretary Larry Strickling noted a while back, the U.S. will run out of unique IP addresses next year. and only about, and Mary can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think only around 20 to 25% of the internet infrastructure is IPv6 compatible. And so if we're talking about consumer empowerment, we have to make sure that there's enough abundancy of IP addresses. And just to give you, Meredith had mentioned a little earlier, but migration from IPv4 to IPv6, you basically go from about 4.3 billion addresses to about 340 trillion addresses, so almost an infinite number. But these are going to be essential into having a proper and comprehensive addressment of the issue.
So it's interesting. Thank you, Matt. You know, I was on a session like this with Vince Cerf at one point in time, and I said to him, what happened to IPv5? Okay, we went from IPv4 to IPv6, and in essence, his answer was, we started the process and we realized it wasn't going to be adequate, so we just had to scrap it and move on. But that's kind of a manifestation of the challenge that we're going to be looking at, and all of those Internet of Things are going to have to talk somehow, and they aren't going to be talking through wires.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And with LTE and WiMAX being all IP based, right, I mean, it's going to be absolutely essential. Now, you can obviously, they have done this in the wired world by using NATs, network address translators. And while those have some benefits, they also have a lot of complications too, and can certainly impact the security of a network as well as simultaneous connectivity and communication. So,
great. Danny?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the ability to participate. I want to thank the Commission for holding this. I think that the first part of getting this done is doing things like this. First, we have to come to the consensus point agreement that there is a spectrum crunch. And while we have a consensus point agreement in this room, and we've had it all day, that consensus point agreement has not been transmitted to Congress. And that's going to require people at a very high level, CEOs of these firms, picking up the phone and talking personally to members of Congress who are not on the committees of jurisdiction, who aren't exposed to these issues all the time, because spectrum is finite and so is the amount of time we have on the floor to deal with these issues. And to make the only way that we're going to be able to deal with them is, one, if they're made a priority, and they will only be made a priority if people feel like the word spectrum crunch isn't just is real, right? And there are going to be forces allied against saying that it is real. And moving legislation is hard. It's hard by design. And right now, at this point, there are a couple of different pieces of legislation out there. We have been proud to partner with Senator Snowe on a fairly comprehensive piece of legislation, and we look forward to moving that forward. We also look forward to hearing from the administration and from industry about what exactly they support, because supporting the release of spectrum is too broad a statement to get it done. We need to start talking very specifically about what steps you specifically support to get there, and how much skin in the game people are going to put to getting it done. So,
do you think that there's time to an interest to do something in a lame duck, or is this something that has to wait until next year?
At a minimum, it has to wait till next year. We need to again establish some degree of general consensus on both the initial problem and then a specific solution, and we aren't there yet. My boss is committed to doing a hearing on this question, and we really do need to have a larger, more inclusive conversation about it that expands beyond the committee. A big part of the challenge is that spectrum isn't something that is easily understood. It's very technical in nature, and I guarantee you that the vast majority of people are not aware that we have a spectrum crunch.
Okay. Peter.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for that very kind, somewhat embarrassing introduction.
Truth's the absolute defense, Peter.
As Tom told you, I did fritter away my youth at the FCC. I joined the FCC in June of 1981, and I've seen a lot of changes in spectrum policy over those years. The biggest trend, I think, is that mobile spectrum the demand has always surprised us. It's become ever more scarce. And the biggest failure of the Commission over those years, and I was there at the time, is that we have taken far too long to reallocate spectrum from lower valued uses to higher valued uses such as mobile. And that's principally because of the command and control system we've had. It's not generated the information and incentives to move things to better uses. And let's face it, there's a political, it's very easy in this city to form a political blocking coalition against change. But fortunately, on a bipartisan basis, over the last several years, the FCC and Congress have moved in the direction of more market-based approaches. Most important among those is service flexibility, making allocations more flexible. Notwithstanding all these efforts, we still have this huge problem. And what we need to do now is move to, I think, the most important option we have, which is incentive auctions. This is mentioned in the FCC's broadband plan. It's an idea that's been kicking around for several years. I think the time has come. And the reason for that is that it can turn the inefficiencies and political obstacles to advantages. The first reason is that it can create win-win opportunities. Flexibility alone is not enough to get people together. There are transactions cost problems, there are holdout problems, and by the FCC holding an incentive auction, it can reduce those problems. And by creating a win-win opportunity, we can bring parties together who would have formed blocking coalitions. Secondly, if the incentive auction is properly designed, we can create incentives to bring the prices to levels that are reasonably related to the value of the enterprise. Therefore, there should be plenty of money for the taxpayers. And then lastly, and most important of all, and this was alluded to by John this morning, the consumer surplus, the benefits to consumers on net, are probably 10 to 20 times the private gains and the taxpayer gains that would be generated by these auctions. So I think if we learn from experience, we learn that, that the real problem is not getting enough spectrum to mobile, that the difficulty was both political and inefficiency and lack of information. We can learn from that experience and move to the next step, which is incentive auctions.
So Amy, you've heard from the other body. How do things look on the House side?
Well, I would agree that we absolutely must free up more spectrum. And I would agree with what Matthew said, that a very important first step is doing a complete and comprehensive spectrum inventory so that we know what spectrum is out there, how it's being used, how much it's being used. The House has passed legislation that would direct the FCC and the NTIA to complete comprehensive spectrum inventories and to make the results of those inventories available on the internet. The Senate Commerce Committee has passed similar legislation that has gotten hung up in the Senate. And the FCC and the NTIA have indicated their intent to go ahead with spectrum inventories, notwithstanding the lack of legislation, which is a positive development. In the House, we have urged the agencies as they move forward to look at the list of factors that we wanted the agencies to look at as they conducted the spectrum inventory and to incorporate those into their inventory. But that would be an important first step. Once we have the inventory, we can begin to identify spectrum that might be freed up, and there are a number of ways to do that. One is the possibility of reallocating spectrum free and clear, which, given that spectrum today is pretty much entirely occupied, will not be easy, but certainly has a lot of potential to have clear blocks of spectrum. We should look at opportunities to share spectrum, where spectrum may be in use today but could also be used for some other purpose. And I would agree with Peter that incentive auctions are a very important tool that we should look at. We have bipartisan legislation in the House of Representatives that was introduced by Chairman Boucher and Ranking Member Stearns that would give the FCC the statutory authority it needs to be able to conduct incentive auctions. And I think there are two very important components of that legislation. One is giving the Commission the statutory authority that it otherwise lacks to share revenues from a spectrum auction with other entities. And the second is making clear that spectrum auctions need to be truly voluntary. That when we are asking other entities whether they want to give up spectrum and participate in an incentive auction, which has benefits for them because they'll share in some of the proceeds from that auction, we do need to be sure that that is done in a way that really truly is voluntary. So I think we need to keep all tools on the table as we move forward and look for ways to free up spectrum.
Great. Thanks, Amy. John?
Sure. I guess I'm here to take a bit of a longer-term view, not just what should we do in the next year or two, but maybe a vision of where we're going. The question was, how can America address the spectrum crunch, not how can the government address it? And I agree, that's the right phrasing of the question. Because over the longer term, no matter how much spectrum we free up in the short term, we're going to be living in an era of a very, very strong demand. And what we require is structural changes, not just in the government, but changes that span the whole ecosystem, including the behavior of operators, service and application providers, and yes, users. Today, core business operations and mission-critical functions run largely in exclusive spectrum. Shared spectrum normally supports only secondary functions. A notable exception is, of course, AT&T, who's made major investments in Wi-Fi offload because its iPhone users were ahead of the rest of the country in increasing their broadband usage. The remainder of industry and government will inevitably follow that same path. Over time, shared spectrum will grow from playing a secondary role to playing a critical role in supporting the core business operations and mission-critical functions of all spectrum users. Chairman Ganikowski mentioned previous major infrastructure efforts, the Erie Canal and the highways. These are shared infrastructure. There is no way you could provide a dedicated highway lane everywhere around the country for each of the organizations that has mission-critical dependence on highway transportation. Similarly, we're going to be looking at shared spectrum. We need to develop the policies and technologies and business models that meet communication needs through efficient and effective spectrum sharing methods. Over the last several years, I've been doing research with my colleague Bill Lair on this question. Our vision of the future evolution of wireless is called hybrid wireless broadband. Hybrid describes systems that meet communication needs through a seamless combination of exclusive spectrum and shared spectrum. It is inevitable that mass market broadband providers will follow AT&T in this direction, but in addition, if managed properly through appropriate policy guidance, this evolution will occur in a form that ensures the continued opportunity for innovative new entrant services despite high spectrum demand. It can also play the critical role in reducing the coupling of spectrum to specific systems, and thus enable market-based mechanisms to more efficiently reallocate spectrum to the most important uses on an ongoing basis. Now note, I have deliberately used the term shared spectrum rather than unlicensed spectrum. Some of the most valuable new sharing opportunities that will help address the spectrum deficit are in areas like private commons, priority access, and dynamic real-time secondary markets, none of which fit the traditional definition of unlicensed spectrum. So I look forward to talking more with you all about some of the technological methods that will solve these.
John, you were involved before MIT with Venue, which is a software-defined radio company. How close are we to the reality of the kind of shared spectrum that you're talking about?
Yes, well, the entire current generation of wireless infrastructure is software radio. And it could, quite straightforwardly, with very minor technical changes, be able to dynamically change how spectrum is used based on usage. So you could have a system, in fact, I'm pretty sure they do this today, which, depending on the number of users in the cell, will reallocate spectrum between a 3G and a 2G carrier. So that definition of software radio, we are there. There may be some policy barriers to making that work effectively. It's certainly a technical challenge, but the fundamental technology is there. The broader question on software radio is when we'll get systems that can tune widely to many different spectrum bands and therefore make it a much more fungible resource. Unfortunately, there are some very fundamental challenges there. We can talk technically in the area of power amplifiers and filters, a few other core components that aren't there yet despite ongoing sustained investment at the federal level. So that universal radio that can operate anywhere just as cost effectively as a current banded device, we don't see in the near-term future.
So the physics get in the way there for a while, for the near term.
Yes.
John, I specifically saved you for last because here's everybody talking about the need for spectrum, but everybody seems to lust after your spectrum in particular.
Well, I do want to address that. You say, how can America address the spectrum crunch? And I would say the first thing, it has to be addressed scientifically, factually, and objectively. When the FCC put out its broadband plan, I think Julie and the Commission deserve a lot of credit for this. When it first put out its broadband plan in March, there were a number of engineering premises that underlay that plan. 3 months later, the Commission issued an analysis, and it backed away from a number of those premises. And the reason I give it credit is I think you have to be right, and you're not stuck with where you were before. Then the Commission held a series of engineering panels, which yielded more information that at least took a different viewpoint from some of the premises that had underlay the plan. The Commission has said it's going to issue a new tool called the spectrum optimization model, and that's going to need to be examined carefully, objectively, and scientifically. The second thing, sort of related, is I don't think there can be any sacred cows in this discussion. And preconceptions that are closed to debate. Our view is that the 120 megahertz target is a sacred cow. It was not mentioned in the President's memorandum. It was not mentioned in Larry Summers' speech. And with all of those engineering preconceptions being tested and evaluated, that target needs to be re-examined as to whether it's realistic. This is a little bit unfair, but it's like two NFL teams going on the field and the official saying, I'm going to ref this really fairly and objectively, but you're going to lose by 20 points. And that's sort of what the Commission has said. We're going to take 120 megahertz away without going through all the analysis that is necessary. Third issue is I think it needs to be a holistic examination. Broadcast, and you've made this point, broadcasting can be part of broadband. It's a complement to broadband, and it's an essential part of it. Here's a quote from Larry Krever of Sprint Nextel. There are other quotes too. He observed that broadcasters' rollout of mobile DTV has, quote, good potential as part of the overall broadband plan because it addresses the fact that, and then he goes on to describe how much video is going to, to what extent video is going to be part of the new needs. And I think that study shows 2/3 of the new uses will be video. And broadcast point to multi-point is a far more efficient way to deliver video than point to point. There's the concern that it's not immediate. Well, I think storage technology is likely to catch up with that so that it can be time sensitive. In fact, in the studies that Ann Shelley at OMVC has run on the showcase now of mobile DTV, what viewers most want is news and local information. And that tends to be, and your point was that people are going to want weather, and that's more efficiently done with mobile DTV. Fourth, the incentive auctions, that seems to be what the debate focuses on. There are 5 elements of this plan in terms of broadcasters. 3 of the other 4 are not voluntary. Cutting back on interference protection, service area protection for broadcasters, repacking is not voluntary, and spectrum fees are not voluntary. Particularly, each one of those things can be used to drive broadcasters to participate in the auction, and yet, yes, at that moment, they would say, I'm voluntarily putting my spectrum up, but if I've been driven by high fees set on the basis of a value of the spectrum that's much different from what they use it for, then it's not voluntary in any meaningful way. And I guess the fifth point is consumer welfare has got to be paramount. That seems obvious. Everybody on the panel would agree with that. But I'm not sure that, well, I don't think you can say that the highest bid is necessarily serves the consumer the best. That's written into the statute. That was part of the statute, that allocation decisions need to be made on the basis of the public interest. And we may have a journalism crunch. If broadcasters are driven, voluntary is one thing, but if they're driven to participate in the auction, we could impair journalism. And journalism is in a time of crisis as well. So those are my points.
Thank you, John. So now everybody has heard up and down the line. First shot here is who would like to pile into the mosh pit, and if you don't, I'm going to drag you in. So anybody want to voluntarily jump in here right now? Let's not everybody leap at once. Peter.
I'll jump in briefly and let others follow me. First, I want to underscore a point that Amy made, which is that this should be voluntary, and I do mean voluntary. Now, having said that, I want to pick up on some points that John made. I don't think fees have anything to do with incentive auctions. We don't support fees on broadcasters. So I think that to the extent that would be used as a way to skew the result, I think that would be inappropriate, John. Secondly, as to repacking, the FCC currently has repacking authority. We're not proposing legislation that changes that in any regard. And the way I understand the sequence, and of course this all could change, is that FCCs would broadcasters would initially decide whether or not and at what price they'd be willing to share, exit, move to VHF or whatever. And then only after that, after the commission analyzed what was available in a local market, would they reach the repacking issue. The last thing I'll say about repacking, and I'll stop myself because I could go on, but the last thing I'll say about repacking is if at the end of this process the commission decides they do want to repack, then the broadcaster should be made whole. And I don't mean that in a hand-waving way. They should, if there are nuisance and time and other costs that are incurred by broadcasters, they should be compensated for all of those costs. And the beauty of incentive auctions is that there will be plenty of money to do that. So in a meaningful sense, I still think this would be voluntary.
And if I, may jump in, because the Senator Snowe and Senator Kerry's comprehensive legislation includes both incentive auction authority as well as spectrum fees. We believe that it's important to give FCC and NTIA the complete tool set to properly manage spectrum. And one of the things that we've looked at with the incentive auctions is because, here we are talking about spectrum. It is, a public good. And we actually do make a qualification that, that any fee or any incentive, excuse me, I'm talking about the fee. Let me talk about that first. Is that the fee be adjusted to market value, but take into consideration the public good and public interest that incumbent is using. And we actually base the fee on qualitative data. As we all know, Ofcom, the UK regulator, actually has a spectrum fee called the AIP, the Administrative Incentive Pricing, and they released a report in 2009 that had some favorable comments. I mean, if you talk to them, it's kind of difficult to implement, but so far it has really improved spectrum efficiency and hasn't had any, as they had said, any adverse impact that have completely vacated people that would otherwise are completely spectrum dependent. And we kind of use, I don't know if this is the best analogy, so please forgive me, but it's kind of like when you go to the airport, the airlines charge a baggage fee, check luggage. Well, does that make you stop flying if you have to pay $25 to check your luggage? It doesn't. It just makes you adjust to where you fit everything into something like a carry-on. And so that's what we're really trying to do is improve efficiencies so that people can do the same services but with less spectrum. And part of that, though, is upgrading legacy infrastructure and equipment. And what we actually do is make significant modifications to the Spectrum Relocation Fund so that funds can be used instead of just for reallocation, but for upgrades and more research and planning. So again, it goes back to my initial comment about a comprehensive and multifaceted approach to properly address this. So.
I want to say that I think Congress has been very helpful in focusing the issues in a proper way. The looking at the spectrum inventory, how it's used, that's a very positive step. The direction it to be truly voluntary. I noticed that in Senator Rockefeller's announcement of his bill, there's one word that's italicized. That's voluntary. And so, and I think the White House has been a little bit more open to this. And as I say, I think with respect to the engineering issues, there's a greater openness to examine that. broadcasters are on record as not opposing incentive auctions. But they are concerned about it being done correctly. You don't know what the repacking is going to bring because that could be afterwards. But some of the studies that MSTV and NAB have done suggest that there could be a loss of coverage by as much as 20 or 25% of the area. Now, of course, that depends how it's set up, but it needs to be, has to be done right. And that's really my first point. If it's done scientifically and there are not any sacred cows here, maybe something can be worked out that will really be effective.
Mary?
One of the things I wanted to say in response to that is I think a lot of the questions you raised are exactly the ones we've been hearing as we've been going around town talking to people about incentive auctions. And the good news I heard this morning is we're going to have an FCC proceeding that's going to start to open the window on what exactly do we mean by incentive auctions. What are the answers to the questions that the broadcasting community is raising? And I think that's going to be a tremendous way for us to advance the debate and educate Congress at the same time, who are going to be considering legislation on this front. So I'm tremendously encouraged by that. And I also want to say, in terms of the sacred cow of 120 megahertz, who knows if ultimately we get to that in terms of a broadcast transition. But by the same token, I'm hoping in the comprehensive legislation that we continue to see an effort on federal relocation of spectrum. We had some bills this year, didn't quite get all the way through. I hope we have some improved bills next year, because one of the things that about the federal spectrum is we're tremendously bad about moving it from an old use to a new use. It takes too long. We've got structural problems inside the federal executive branch that slow things down unnecessarily, and if we can focus on improving those as well, that would be tremendously helpful.
So let me see if I can posit a statement here and ask whether there is agreement on this. It sounds to me as though there is agreement across the whole line here in support of the concept of incentive auctions. It's yet to be defined, but the four corners of a concept of supporting incentive auctions. Is that a correct assumption that I'm making amongst the whole group?
Voluntary incentive auctions.
Right. And the NAB has written to the president in that regard, if I understand correctly. Yeah. So now what we're doing is we're really talking about we've walked past the issue of should there be a structure that allows for a voluntary disposition about your spectrum assets and a way to monetize them, to a question of how do we do that? What are the three principal issues that have to be addressed in how we do that? Because, I mean, we've just, if someday, say people sitting at this same dais are going to have to vote on both that broad question and the specifics. What are the 3 points that we would say to them really have to be? Amy?
Well, I think they've all been raised already, but I would say the 3 points are: 1, the Commission needs the statutory authority to be able to move ahead with incentive auctions. 2, they need to be truly voluntary. And 3 would be the point that Peter raised, which is that to the extent that repacking or other modifications to broadcast licenses are required as part of this process, that you make the broadcasters that are shifting around whole.
Okay.
And I would add a fourth one, and I think that is to have mechanisms within the incentive auction structure that prevent any type of speculation, spectrum speculation or hoarding, because obviously we all know demand is increasing. I mean, but the sandbox isn't getting bigger, and so we have to make sure that someone doesn't say, well, I'm going to buy the spectrum now and then just hold on to it for a couple years and then make a windfall off the selling. So as long as we have those, I mean, it's going to have to be obviously an organic process, but certainly, taking into account what Amy had mentioned and these others will certainly go a long way to properly addressing an effective program.
I agree with Amy's points, and I agree with Matthew's as well. I just wanted to build on that because I think part of the dynamic here is how is this auction structured in such a way that competitive forces, market forces, are used to set the incentives properly, because you don't want to set some arbitrarily low price when none of the broadcasters sign up. That would be bad, given the consumer surplus we're talking about to society is huge. So we don't want that. On the other hand, you want to structure this competitively, and I know smart people at the FCC are already thinking about this. You can do it in such a way that, in fact, broadcasters have an incentive to reveal a fair price that they would be satisfied with, knowing that if they ask for too much, they may not get anything. And this goes to John's point about 120 megahertz. Maybe the commission could look at a local market and say, given the bids in this local market, we're not going to clear 120. Broadcasters ask for too much, so then the broadcasters don't get anything in that market. And create, if it's properly designed, which I think it can be done, the unjust enrichment, the incentive issues can be dealt with.
John?
Yes, I'd note that in the broadband plan, there's also a call to make sure there is a new nationwide contiguous unlicensed allocation. So there's clearly a recognition of the importance of unlicensed access. And one of the concerns in any kind of incentive auction design would be, are we going to fill up take away the TV white space progress we've made? Are we going to end up with much less TV white space unlicensed access potential in those areas? And are we going to then lose the opportunities for innovation that come from unlicensed access? So certainly in any kind of a incentive auction policy design, we should think about making sure that we preserve that other side as well.
Thus far. John, you want to add anything to that list?
Can I agree with everybody who's gone before me?
Well, let me add one then that kind of surprised me that nobody has brought up. The cash. Okay? How's the cash get divided? In multiple ways. Okay, it's an incentive. There is presumably some of John's clients would like to have a piece of that cash and like to see a check.
Actually, no.
Actually, no. None of them want
At
ever
this point,
to see a check.
None of them have said that they're interested in that, but I'm not surprised by that. I think the likely candidates, and I don't know of anybody who's really come forward and said they are interested in, but certainly there are people who must be thinking about it. But our clients are deeply engaged in local news and in local journalism and in local service, and they see a huge future. One of the things about broadcasting is innovation, and they see innovation. You've seen it too when you talk about mobile DTV. And the spectrum the digital transition is only, 17 months old. There are 1,100 multicast services going on over the air today in the United States. There have been broadcasters, mobile DTV is very, very promising, but there have been a number of other ventures that they've experimented with that haven't worked. So I think they look at this as a great resource. They're committed to the business. They see a great opportunity. They see service. So, but this is not to say that there aren't others. It just happens to be the profile of.
Well, so I'm gonna put the money issue aside for a second, then, and let's pick up on where John is leading us. So, aren't there really three options? I mean, when spectrum became digital, and we had the digital transition, and broadcasters were given the spectrum to do that, the business changed from a linear analog service to a 19.4 meg throughput kind of a business, and of which you need a couple of meg to do your standard definition over the air, right? 2 or 3, so you end up then with maybe 3 options a broadcaster faces. No way, leave me alone, go away. 2 is, gee, I'm now in the digital business. I'd like to do something using this digital spectrum. And I saw Eric Marino from MCV here, and Ann Shelley is here, folks who are talking about using the digital spectrum for those kinds of purposes. But there might also be others who are saying, I'll move on. I'll take that check, I'll get repacked over here, I'll keep my traditional linear business. Are there other options?
Or are those essentially the three options that a broadcaster has to face in this discussion?
A variant on 3, which the commission is, I think, going to be part of the notice of proposed rulemaking or inquiry that's going to be coming out, is to give up part of your spectrum so that you would take some, or part of the megabits.
Okay.
And you would share. Now, the engineering forum that the FCC convened does a very good job of showing the challenges involved with that. But you can see a host who would say, I want to do HDTV, and I want to have control, and I don't want to be subject to the interference or the degradation of my signal. Sports leagues are worried about this, that would come from sharing. Somebody else might say, I'm all right, I'll take the leftovers, and I'll stay in. And I may get reimbursed under an auction for part of the spectrum. And then I think the other part of the proposal is to have must-carry because essentially they'd be a multicast service, and they would want to have must-carry for that service.
So anybody else want to, Amy, you want to pile on there?
It's also important to keep in mind the markets that we are shooting for when we talk about incentive auctions. There really is not much of a spectrum crunch in rural areas where a lot of times you only have 3 or 4 or 5 full power channels. In those areas, you could easily repack the spectrum, clear up blocks of spectrum, and you wouldn't need any station to give up any of their spectrum. But the difference between a Glendive, Montana, or a Roanoke, Virginia, and a New York City or a San Francisco is that in New York City, San Francisco, DC, you often have 20+ stations on the air. And a lot of those stations that are on the air are smaller stations, independent stations. They provide very valuable services, but a lot of them are not broadcasting in high definition. They have no plans in the future to broadcast in high definition. They're not multicasting, nor do they have plans in the future to multicast. And it's those stations that might have the incentive to join together and put their services on a single channel, free up the 6 megahertz that they have today, and then you can repack and actually clear spectrum. So I think as we discuss this issue, one thing that's important to keep in mind is we really are more focused on the larger markets where you have a large number of stations and a large number of stations that likely are not ever going to broadcast in high definition or multicast.
It's a really great point. And just to build on it, one of the strengths of an incentive auction is that it can reveal the low-cost way of clearing X amount of spectrum. So, as Amy points out, not every one of those business plans is equally valuable, say with a network affiliate in the same market. And so, if we come up with a process where broadcasters have an incentive to reveal the value of their business, and we can talk about that more in a minute, then the commission can actually construct a supply curve, and then when the bidders come in, we can presumably get the intersection, appropriate intersection, and generate not only a lot of cleared spectrum, but do it in the least cost way to society.
So how would you do that revealing, Peter?
So let me try to do this. We have one of the experts in the office. He's walking out right now.
He's leaving the room. Let the record show.
But he just did. Let me embarrass him. He just did a presentation in front of FCBA on this 2 nights ago. But so one approach would be to use an auction technique called a average auction, and basically what you would do is you would say to broadcasters in a local market, voluntarily, John, give us a series of bids. Give us the bid that you would be willing to take to clear, to vacate, to share, as we were talking about, perhaps move to a VHF. Let's say those are the 3 options. And it has to be a binding bid. And by that I mean, as long as we give you that amount of money, you have to accept the bid. And what the commission could do, and let's just think of a local market to illustrate this concept. Commission says, to clear the 120 megahertz, say, just pick a number
Just pick a
arbitrarily.
number.
Yeah, exactly. In this market,
That's my problem.
Well, but let me
Excellent.
bear with me for just a moment, John. So we line up the bids. You know, we say who came in and what, and we have to clear these 5 broadcasters, and everyone in that market is going to get the marginal broadcaster's price. That is the high price. So 4 of the folks are going to get more than they thought. And everyone going into the auction up front knows that's going to be the dynamic. They know that if they come in way high, they may not be one of the 5. If they come in too low, as long as the 5th one is the price, they have an incentive to reveal their true value. And so you can do this if the market is competitive, and that's a question that'll have to be analyzed. These are all difficult questions, as Mary said, that need to be addressed. But that's a way. You could create an incentive for broadcasters to reveal their true value that they'd be willing to take, knowing that if they go too high, they may not get anything, or the commission might just say, getting 120 in this market, paying that 5th broadcaster's price to everyone is just way too high. We're going to 100. So you can create competitive dynamics that create incentives to generate low-cost values. And I happen to believe, based on back-of-the-envelope estimates, that this kind of approach would generate a fair return to broadcasters, but a huge return to taxpayers. And then, of course, that's all dwarfed by the larger societal benefit.
John?
Peter's just done, one of the things that's really important is there's been some surprise, I think, by government officials that they haven't heard more from broadcasters embracing this. The challenge is, what is this? And you've just given an example of this. And
right, which may not be what happens at all.
No, I understand, but I think broadcasters are not going to leap in any one direction until it's spelled out more specifically, so they have
That's
something to rely on.
reasonable.
And that's what that's what the rulemaking is about. The one other point I want to make is broadcasters that I'm familiar with, the third option, which is going to be VHF, is not realistic. The technical hurdles are too bad.
Going to V.
Being on V is too much of a, I mean, it may be, I don't know, like a really low-grade service. So you could throw that in, there's no problem with it. I may be going to be in one of the proceedings that were discussed today. But at this point, and based on discussions with many, many broadcasters, that just does not seem attractive.
So John is saying we want to know what the parameters are so we can respond to that. What I was suggesting before is how do we identify the 3 things inside this area where we have, so begin to establish those kind of parameters so we can have more specific debate. I think we've heard 2, okay? We've heard voluntary, which includes optionality in it, and we've heard a marketplace function to determine whether you're in or out. Okay, the kind of thing that Peter just went through. What's the third that would help address some of the issues John's raising? And Danny, I apologize, you were flagging there, so.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that that it will be important for the broadcasters to understand what the parameters of the deal are, and they're not jumping into this until they're going to know what do I stand to make here, right? And by not jumping in, and also by talking about the series of values that come from holding, you drive up the price, right? And at the end of the day, legislators aren't going to jump in until they know the parameters as well. And the other committee that's going to matter a lot is appropriations, because what we're talking about here is the transfer of public funds for the freeing up of a public good to a private party. So in order to achieve that end, you have to give broadcasters a fair amount of money. And by fair, I mean both fair in the sense that it's fair to them and fair in the sense of large. A lot. And I can tell you that right now, we had a hold on the spectrum inventory bill because of what it would cost to execute the spectrum inventory, which was nothing. I mean, when we start talking about significant sums of money being transferred from taxpayers to broadcasters, a whole lot of other conversations are going to come up. How much are you actually investing in local news? How much are you actually investing in local programming? Have we looked at our public interest obligations for broadcasters in a while? That's why this is going to be a longer conversation than this lame duck. Right. And a whole lot of people who have never been involved in this conversation are going to engage. And I agree completely with Peter that the long-term return to the taxpayer and to the public at large will be great if we're able to do this. We still have to make that case, and it has to be quantifiable. I mean, you can't just take our word for it. And then lastly, I would say that if we're going to go through a system in which we're going to approve an incentive auction system and not know how much of the public's money is going to be transferred to private actors, that's going to be a real challenge for Congress. And there's going to have to be some sort of cap. And once you establish that, then you start talking about price. So yes, I think we're all agreed on what the negotiation parameters are at this point. Now is the time to start discussing price. And there will be a lot of variables that will drive that price up or drive it down.
So the third ingredient may be for Congress to show that it's on board with respect to this in a really concrete way, because again, broadcasters
But on board with what?
Well, that's right, but broadcasters probably are not going to want to get into an auction where they don't have those parameters backed by Congress. If it's just an FCC plan as opposed to something that Congress has endorsed,
no,
it's a really, chicken and egg kind of thing.
So, but let's take the money thing, Danny, one step further. Okay, there's also the question then: what's the federal government do with the money? Okay, and last time that there was any reallocation of spectrum, Congress had to pass special legislation establishing a trust fund that said that the auction revenues went into a special trust fund to compensate the Department of Defense for the spectrum that they gave up, and allowing them to buy new radios and other kinds of things to do that. Do you envision that kind of a structure happening here, or is this a general revenue fund?
It's not general. I doubt it would be general revenue funds. I think some of the things that Senator Snow's and Senator Snow's staff have been talking about with us is the use of money in order to upgrade technologies by federal users in order to free up more federal spectrum. We've obviously done a very poor job of accounting for this public asset in the federal system. Right now, it's a zero funded thing. It's like it's not worth anything, and it is. It's worth a lot. And so we have to start thinking about how we can change the dynamics of how agencies view that particular asset and what we can do to ensure that they can complete their public mission in more spectrum efficient ways. And there might be ways to use auction monies to achieve that particular end. Obviously, a significant amount of auction monies are going to have to be used for a federal deficit reduction. We're in a seriously bad fiscal place right now.
So let's pick up on that and ask the congressional representatives. I mean, there would seem to be three political forces in motion right now. One, Danny just put his finger on, and that is that anything that generates revenue is important to our nation and our economy right now. The second is that, yeah, there was a spectrum crunch. There needs to be further education, as Danny pointed out, but there's recognition that exists. We've all agreed on it here. And the third is the fact that the public safety is saying it's been a decade since 9/11, and we want to see some kind of movement in terms of public safety spectrum. Those three together seem to me to be pretty potent political forces. How do you three react to that as a hypothesis? And does that set the stage for an environment in which everybody is going to finally have to roll up their sleeves and say, okay, we're through talking about this conceptually. This is going to happen. How does it get done?
Yeah, well, there's actually a fourth one, and that is the FCC's, extending the FCC's auction authority, which comes to end October 12th.
Great point.
Or, October 2012. So we talk incentive auctions, but they don't have incentive, the auction authority. So I think that will certainly be the biggest driver or vehicle in the 112th to address this, because obviously appropriators, Treasury like to see that revenue stream. But it is one of those things where you're kind of seeing critical mass of all these different issues that do need to be addressed and have to be addressed as quickly as possible. And I do want to elaborate quickly, on what Danny had mentioned. What we would certainly see is, in our legislation, is trying to develop a self-sustaining model so that the FCC or Congress doesn't have to weigh in every 3 or 4 years saying, okay, NTIS, find us 20 or 200 megahertz, we want to really have a self-sustaining ecosystem, because that's the big word, buzzword, where some of that auction revenue, some of the proposed spectrum fees could go into that relocation fund that's been modified to upgrade the legacy system. So where an agency using 20 megahertz might only need to use 5 megahertz to provide the same service to citizens, and therefore we would free up, 15 or
and that was their experience in the UK, right?
Yeah,
they suddenly found folks coming
and then also
forward.
looking at using spectrum sharing, reuse technologies, cognitive radio to to leverage idle spectrum bands. So there are a whole host, and that's what we're trying to do, is really provide that stream to develop these these very promising technologies that have a lot of potential to really stretch spectrum utilization and efficiencies.
Okay, before turning to Danny and Amy, one commercial announcement. You've all been given 3x5 cards. Any questions that you have for the panel, jot them down here. They'll be collected, and we'll ask them.
I will say that the one other political force is that this is truly a bipartisan issue. There is genuine bipartisan consensus, and telecommunications has become a more difficult area of law to find bipartisan consensus lately. So I think that this will be the top priority for my boss going into the next Congress. And working with Senator Snowe and Senator Ensign, Senator Rockefeller, and others, we do intend to drive the issue forward. I will also say that we will not be able to get this done if there isn't true agreement across everyone on this table. I've been in legislative battles with certain forces before, and they're not beatable. So you might as well. We all really do have to come to consensus, and it has to be a genuine consensus, or else it's just not going to get done, no matter how badly we want to do it.
Amy?
Yeah, I would agree with Danny that this is very much a bipartisan issue. There is bipartisan agreement that we need to free up more spectrum. There's bipartisan agreement that incentive auctions should be one tool in the FCC's toolbox for addressing that issue. And there's also bipartisan interest in looking at the issues of public safety and building out that public safety network and finding ways to fund the build out of that network, and also in addressing relocation costs when you're talking about relocating federal users, and perhaps creating incentives for federal users through things like allowing equipment upgrades as they are moving to new spectrum.
Mary, you want to jump in here with some of your thoughts on this?
Well, I think the public safety imperative is looming larger and larger with every passing year. I look back to Commissioner McDowell's comments at lunch, and it's getting to the point where this country needs to do something to upgrade the public safety capabilities. And my concern is that those issues are going to be really tough. There's a set of issues there that it's going to take some time to work through. And the one thing I worry about looking into next year is when I think about all the issues that would have to be resolved in order to make that happen, if we allow ourselves to get diverted too far, we may lose our focus on making spectrum available, which to me is the first imperative for this country and would need to be pushed to the fore.
There's kind of a disconcerting underlying message here of this is going to take more time than probably some would say the urgency of the matter allows. Commissioner McDowell is saying it's 10 years until you have the spectrum cleared. You go through the process, 10 years to have it cleared. Is there a feeling of urgency in the policymakers? Danny says, no, you got to go make your case. Right? Nobody understands the spectrum crunch outside the committee. Well, Peter?
Well, he's certainly right. We have to make the case, no question. I think the case is very makeable, and I think people generally in our society now are recognizing the value of their cell phones and new data applications. But let me go in an ancillary direction. First, let me clarify this issue on the fees. My concern about fees, just so you're clear, Matthew, is on the private sector. I fully agree with you regarding the government side. they're in it. They don't have access to capital markets. They're not subject to the same incentives that private concerns are to innovate. Fees would help them face the opportunity cost of their spectrum. I can understand that argument. Similarly, like the folks from the Hill are saying, this incentive auctions should be one of several tools. No question. That makes sense. It makes sense to do inventories and so on. But, and this is where I come to your point, Tom, I don't think incentive auction authority should be held up until the inventory is completed. And the reason there is urgency, and frankly, because I believe the attraction of incentive auctions is that it creates incentives that will break political impasses that probably will not be addressed by inventory. Broadcasters, they use their spectrum 24/7, right? Undeniable, right? But that doesn't tell you whether or not it makes sense for them to vacate. The way we can solve that problem is by creating an incentive auction, because in fact there may be, as Amy suggested, some broadcasters whose spectrum, still 6 megahertz, might be willing to vacate for these new valuable uses. And the last thing I'll say is, my company, we have a 2-year time frame. We change our products every 2 years, and I don't think it's acceptable anymore for the government to just simply say, well, it takes us 10 years to do something. There may be a certain amount of reality there, but I think it's incumbent on everyone in the process. We have to make our case. I think everyone else in this process has to sense the true urgency here.
And to Peter's point, I mean, that's, we always talk about it takes 6 to 10 years to clear. And well, I mean, that's not set in stone. I mean, if we give the proper resources and do the appropriate upfront planning, we could certainly streamline that in some cases. And I think that's one thing that is absolutely critical. The Bush administration in 2004 released the Spectrum Initiative, and one of the main recommendations with that, in that initiative, was a proposal to develop a national strategic spectrum plan. If you look at the most recent NTA document, it is still to be determined 6 years later. Now, we have the National Broadband Plan and we have the federal, but again, what we have to do is be more holistic. Okay, how about GPS? What about broadcasters with the DTV? How are they going to be using new spectrum? And telemetry, surveillance. I mean, the list goes on, and so we have to have that better planning so that we can then accommodate for greater demand.
You must have read one of these questions that got handed up here.
Tom, I just want
Dan.
to clarify that my boss feels a very strong sense of urgency, which is why we joined with Senator Snowe, and the bill includes incentive auctions. My only point is that the legislative process is itself slow.
Yeah.
If you want to speed that process up, there are ways to do that, but it's going to require the people who want it to happen to put real skin in the game. And that might happen.
That's fair.
Good point. So one of the questions from the floor is, there's a lot of discussion about TV spectrum. Can incentive auctions help elsewhere in other bands?
Yes, and the legislation we have is for both NTI and the FCC to use as determined. So it's not completely isolated to just broadcasters. So yes.
Amy?
Chairman Boucher's incentive auctions bill is neutral in terms of what spectrum we're talking about, so it would be left up to the commission to determine whether there might be other spectrum bands where incentive auctions would be useful.
John, this is kind of your bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, if you're looking at a user that has what we call a high peak to average usage ratio, so most times they're using not too much of their communications capacity, and every once in a while they really need a lot of it. There could be a very exciting opportunity there for auctioning, sharing of that spectrum when they don't need it. We have this new technology that a lot of people are working on, the Wireless Innovation Forum, Shared Spectrum Corporation, others. It's called policy-based radios, small p, where the policy is actually a file, a data file that you download to the device, that the device behaves according to those rules when it's operating. So you can actually, for different users who have some spectrum and would like to auction it part of the time, they could set up the rules. What is the situation in which the device would be allowed to access the spectrum and under what consideration? That could be enforced mechanically on the devices, and it could be changed dynamically as situations evolve. So there's a lot of opportunities to do things other than just pure clearing, pure relocation. And I think it'd be important to investigate those opportunities, because if we just relocate somebody, then 5-10 years down the road, they're going to be a legacy user in the new band where they are, and we may want to do something again. We have to get to a more flexible, fluid situation which can more efficiently respond to changes in need over time.
Okay, John, point to the left field wall and stroke the ball. Okay? Where else?
Where else?
Yep.
Well, MSS is obviously, the satellite spectrum is obviously.
And being done.
And being done, being launched. And there, there've been other things like ITFS and some of that spectrum that's for years and years, it's been, great efforts been made to make it work. So I think the point is not necessarily where else, but it's very much, it's great progress to say, let's look everywhere. In fact, one of the things that broadcasters were concerned about is they were targeted. And that got things off on a difficult foot for them. And I think, some of the points of view expressed here, some of the steps that Congress has taken, and the commission itself is making it look like we have a national issue that we all ought to have discourse about and come up with a solution. That's positive as far as we're concerned.
Okay, now one of the questions from the floor kind of follows up on that and says, how do we focus on the spectrum, on incentives for spectrum below 3 gig? Because that's the spectrum that's best suited for mobile purposes. So we're not talking about all the spectrum in the world that's out there that is applicable for mobile. That kind of shrinks the pot of where we go. Should there be ways that the legislation or the public policy discussion focuses on below 3 gig and say, hey, this is really what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, the inventory certainly says to do a comprehensive assessment between around 250 megahertz all the way up to, I think, 3 or 4 gigahertz. We actually, with the comprehensive bill S3610, talk about doing spectrum measurements from about 200 to actually 10 gigahertz so that we have a comprehensive range. So, I mean, certainly that we're certainly looking at that area because of the propagation characteristics of spectrum bands in that area, and so it's important. But it's also, we need to have a bigger look too, because there may be some incumbent use in those bands because the new technologies could move up to a higher band.
Yeah.
I mean, so
right.
So we don't want to be too focused, but we still want to have that kind of in mind as we do look forward.
Well, our time was to end at 2:30, and I see by the clock on the wall that it's 2:30. You mean until people start walking out of the room? or is it until the panel? Maybe it's when the panel starts walking out. Let me close with this. Is a question from the floor that I have now read and reread and read again. That really isn't what we've been focusing on here. But just read the whole thing. It says, "This is a wonderful discussion. As someone who deals with these issues every day, it is very stimulating, and I truly mean that." Period, paragraph. But when we leave here and we see homeless people and the working poor, what does this mean for them? How can Spectrum address urban blight?
Okay, I'm going to take this one. I fell into this work. I fell into tech and telecom work, originally coming out of a background in labor and immigration, focused wholly on communities, the kinds of communities that the questioner is asking about. And the fact of the matter is that there are direct ways to help those communities and indirect ways. And one of the most important indirect ways for us to help those communities is to generate an immense amount of economic activity. And one of the cheapest, possibly the only cost-neutral way to do that is for us to release this public asset, ensure that it generates an immense amount of economic activity, and that economic activity will both generate revenues for government, which will in turn create services for people, and also lower the delivery costs of both private and public services to people in those situations. So at the end of the day, this isn't about, no offense, Cisco, Intel, or the companies. We do this out of a sense of service, and there's a reason why government is involved in this particular market, and it has a lot to do with the underlying premise of the question, which is that there is a huge social benefit to getting these questions right.
And I would also say, one thing that is important is obviously the idea is more spectrum means that there could be new entrants into the marketplace, greater competition means more jobs. But one thing that certainly concerns my boss in regards to this debate that's a little ancillary is regarding the country's advanced technology deficit, which we have been running since June of 2002. And the biggest gap between the technology that we're importing versus exporting is ICT, information communications technology. And yes, there's a big manufacturing component there, but there's also a domestic R&D and innovative component, which we've all, some of the commissioners have kind of, briefly addressed. And we really have to, work together to address this. And, we would certainly, the Senator applauds Intel and Cisco, but we all have to really have a collaborative effort to work together to improve that, because that has a ramification on our workforce, on the resiliency of our economy, because we're relying so much on foreign goods and services, and that's something that we have to really address. And that's one of the things we are, hopefully through the Competes Act, which I know is still being worked on as we speak.
I just wanted to say that I think we should pause to congratulate the FCC and their national broadband plan for bringing the digital literacy issue to the fore. That is an issue that's going to require more time and attention and more public policy time and attention, because it's real and it has to be addressed. By the same token, when you look across the globe at even the poorest countries, what we're seeing is a tremendous penetration of mobile telephones. And this is due to the fact that these devices are scaled globally, right? Technologies have global footprints, right? We're on global spectrum allocations. And so those scale economies allow us to produce ever cheaper and cheaper stuff. So the $600 iPhone of today is going to be the $49.99 iPhone of tomorrow, right? I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'm sure Apple will tell us. But that's how we're going to change this. It's going to be these mobile devices. When I started in this business, because I started a couple years after Peter at the FCC in 1983, we never thought that these countries were ever going to have any kind of telephone penetration ever. Nobody ever thought that we would be where we are today, and it's due to mobile phones.
And
Can
John.
I say, and this is a footnote, because I disagree. I agree with what you all have said, and it is important, and it does have an effect, some indirect, some direct, on the lives of people in the lower economic strata. Barbara Mikulski always says that when she has a tough decision, she asks herself, what would the ladies who gather at the East Baltimore firehouses on Friday night for bingo, what would serve their interests? These are trade-offs in terms of spectrum uses. And we should not, I think, hurt the public's broadcast service, news, local events, local contacts, local charities, local community events. We should not hurt that out of balance with what the interests that have been described by the rest of the panel. There needs to be some balance between the two priorities.
And we exist in a world, to pick up on Mary's point and your point, we exist in a world in which there are now 5 billion people who are connected by mobile devices, whose lives have been changed. Whether it's the fisherman in India who now goes out and knows whether there's a storm that's going to swamp his boat, or whether it's the mother in Bangladesh who needs to get health care. And these have been transformative forces. At the same point in time, the information structures are transforming as a result of the internet. And the reality exists, undebatable reality exists, that the vast majority of the young people in the world, not just this country, not just this person on the street here, but the vast majority of the people in this world will have their first experience with the internet and these new sources of information as a wireless experience. And that is the social responsibility that all of us have to deal with in the context of this amorphous thing called spectrum.
That is one of the promises of mobile DTV. Some of the statistics that are coming out of the viewing is that young people are very, very interested in mobile DTV. And it is an efficient way to get that information across in an effective way. And they are interested in local news.
It is my privilege to introduce the man sitting over in the corner who has been subjected to listening to all of this for the last hour and a half, Commissioner Michael Copps. Commissioner, thank you. Help me join in thanking this great panel.
Okay.
Here, take mine.
Good afternoon.
You want to change this, though?
That's fine. No, I'm honored to have it there. I should be so intelligent. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just wanted to come down on behalf of the Commission and thank everybody who was part and parcel of this today. I think it's been a wonderful learning experience for the FCC. I do not have any prepared remarks. I just had a couple of little notes I jotted down, but I do want to recognize the leadership of our chairman in making this conference happen today, and the work of John Leibowitz and so many other people I see over here who have worked to bring this about. I think we have learned a lot today. I think we've learned that spectrum is an answer. Spectrum is the answer to a lot of our problems, but it's a lot more complicated and a lot more convoluted than any of us think. Just at first sight, it's not just about freeing up spectrum. It's all about how you share spectrum. It's about all kinds of in-the-weeds questions that grow out of that with regard to backhaul that folks talked about here today, which gets you back into the weeds of special access, which is still something we've got to deal with here at the FCC. So I think it gave us a good feel for the extent of the hard work that lies ahead of us to realize the tremendous potential here. I think I was also struck by some of our friends from the Hill who were talking about the extent of education that needs to be done. While this is a wonderful educational experience for all of us here today, we've got a lot of work to do on the Hill. We've got a lot of work to do with the American public, and we've got a lot of difficult calls to make. I take to heart what John was saying about you have to kind of balance the equities here. Some of the spectrum that we're talking about for wireless has been what I would call the ultimate public service spectrum in our system right now, and I think we need to be very, very careful, and just before we plunge ahead, that we understand exactly where we're going, what the implications are, and how those things which go to news and journalism and civic engagement and all those other things, which are just as much a part of wireless as anything else, how theirs are going to fare in the 21st century. So that educational part is really important. And then I just think we really need to make this more than a zero-sum game when we're talking to the various constituencies that are gathered here today. I win if you lose. We got to figure out how to make this a win-win situation where the spectrum really serves its maximum purpose, and all spectrum doesn't necessarily serve the same purpose. So we have to be very very careful and very deliberate and weigh a lot of costs there. So all of that is not a counsel for inaction, not at all. I think we need to move ahead promptly. I think we need to move ahead with the spectrum inventory that has been talked about here. While we do that, though, we can consider some of these other questions on what spectrum and what's the purpose of it, and how do we answer some of these other questions that I mentioned with regard to how best to preserve and protect and enhance the public interest. So that's just kind of a stream of consciousness reaction. But I think we all learned a lot today, and we're grateful for all of you on this panel and on the previous panel, and Tom and everybody else, and again to the chairman for launching this. And I look forward to follow up and look forward to action to make this come true. We don't have we don't have a lot of time to get on top of this. We need to act now. I think some of you heard me say last week at the agenda meeting that my wife and I were in China recently, floating down the Yangtze River on a vacation, and I had my BlackBerry with me, floating down this narrow river valley with mountains on both sides, and I was almost never without 3G service during that entire voyage. A lot of places in the United States where I couldn't say that, and they're not all river valleys either, so I just think that just kind of points out a little bit of the challenge we face and the need for action. But I will spare you any further, but thank you all for participating, thank you for coming, and thank you for making it a better day here at the FCC.